Oh, yeah, you can tell me that Flash will be no longer supported. But fuck off. Okay, there we go. Well, we are running again. Well, here, I'll tweet it. Well, I did the update thing. Wait a minute. As they say, they can only hear. Oh, you goddamn. I knew I should have never done that fucking update.
Testing.
Update. Why did I do this update?
I have to go in, take it out of default settings in audio, put it in anything else, and then put it back to default. And
I think I heard other people.
Yeah, it'll apply.
We might be good. Yeah, we can hear them now.
Hey, Vlad's out there.
Did we ever find out where Carmen Sandiego was?
In my pants.
Yo.
Doc's getting a handy.
No, he just named his dick Carmen Sandiego.
Yeah, well, it can get cold around here, so sometimes where in the world is it? By the way, good morning to Nostradamus. Good morning, Anna Vlad. And I don't know if that's a list, but good morning, Shamus. The SS Amias, then. It sounds like it could be a boat. So yeah, Kadant may drop in hardcore from time to time, but she has no obligations to the show anymore because she got a real life.
Yeah, I get on when I see her on Twitter. I go and flirt with her.
Let me see. You guys are sounding a little low. So let me.
I mean, depression's like that, you know. It's whatever.
I'll bring you up to about 6.
Do I sound good now?
Well, you always sound audio quality.
Oh my.
Let's see. Yeah, get you guys up to about 6 and see how that works out. Yeah, give me a talking, Carlos.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. You know what? I'm just gonna jack it to 10. That should do it. Yeah, that should do it. Because I got myself turned down most of the time. There we go. Oh, yeah, Magog had to split. He had a full day today, man. He was on casting all day today. Yeah, I don't know about that. OBS really needs to stop doing updates, or I'm gonna go back to fucking Google Hangouts because I still know how to pull Google Hangouts.
I had to drive down to Houston and take out a CT scanner and then drive back. I live in East Texas, so it was like 4 hours ish.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's pretty cool.
I'm just I'll be honest with you. I'm a little bit trepidatious right now because all my paperwork's done. I went through the online course of how to help run an election site. I actually volunteered. So on November 3rd, I'll be hanging out at one of the election stations.
Dude, record everything. I want raw footage.
I wish I could, but I asked that up front, and they said, no, can't have any recording devices inside. And I'm like, but I'm not going to be standing next to anybody. I just want to show it. And they're like, no, still. There'll be people who might be bugged if you're recording them while. And I'm like, okay, but
if any shit goes down, you don't have to obligate that. It becomes your social obligation to record for police, presence and whatnot.
well, the worst part is that they want my ass there for 12 hours, maybe up to 14 hours. And I'm like, oh,
Right.
fuck me.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's way too much time.
So when they did the senatorial election a couple of years ago, I went over there and I noticed all these like propositions on the ballot. These fuckers in the town that I was living in were trying to make all the Ubers in town under the public service banner. So they would be under the auspice of the city, and they would have to answer to the city and pay them stuff. And I'm like, what the? How is this even like legal?
Well, I mean, the whole process got a little weird because of all the COVID stuff. You can
Everything got weird.
yeah, we have to have somebody stationed outside at all times with masks. If somebody doesn't have a mask, and hand them out. If they refuse to wear the mask, then we have to ask them if they would like to take curbside service, and we bring out a provisional ballot for them. Or they could just say, fuck you, I'm going in anyway, and we can't stop them.
I don't understand why it is that anybody over the age of, 40 is really going along with this stuff, besides maybe just trying to live your life longer or whatever. But I mean, there's been way worse stuff go on in the last 40 years, that as opposed to what COVID has killed. So I don't understand really why it is that anybody who's older than 40 would participate.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I've explained to a lot of people. I don't know why we're doing this mask shit to begin with. First of all, it's not going to protect you from anything unless you get them high-grade medical masks. I forgot what designation those are.
Oh, dude, are you talking about the N95s? They're bullshit too.
Yeah, and they don't even care if you wear that shit. They're cool with you just wearing fucking a pair of old underwear on your face.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yeah, they don't protect you from anything. The purpose of a mask is to keep you from spreading shit. It doesn't protect from things coming in. It protects from things coming out.
Yeah.
And so the only reason why you would wear one is unless you had COVID to begin with. And if you have it, you're supposed to stay your ass at home and ride it out, or in the hospital. So it defeats the purpose of wearing a mask.
Well, good. By the way, good morning, Vlad.
Good morning. I'm just going to be here for long enough to smoke a cigarette.
Oh, that's good.
I am fading. I was out in that Canadian government forest for, I don't know, over 12 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sleep. Yay, Doc. Yay, people.
The moment I show up, you disappear. I see how it is.
At least Turish was not mauled by a bear. That's a good thing.
Or a moose.
Yeah, the bear just stared at me. There wasn't any meese around. Just some Aboriginal people and some old trucks.
That is the sleepiest time ever.
Okay, what would be worse, being mauled by a bear or moose, or being raped by one?
Probably mauled.
What?
Because they don't kill you. They're gonna eat you. Like, bears are notorious for not killing the things that they eat. They just hold you down and start biting on you. Or whatever.
I don't know. There was that thing in
raping-
Russia.
Whatever raping it's gonna do way worse with its mouth.
This rape, you're gonna have a
I-
bad time.
I had enough discussing a bestiality yesterday. So
Mm.
Oh,
I'm just saying that's raw semantics. You really don't want either to happen to you, really.
Yeah. Well, you know,
okay.
or it could happen, and you can win an Academy Award,
Yes, for real. He definitely got raped by that bear.
and that's the only reason why.
Uh-huh.
Turish,
They fucked
Yeah.
him up.
you go kiss that pillow, brother.
Alright.
if you can bear it,
Excuse me.
Hi, buddy.
Alright, that's not the right button.
You're correct.
Swipe up.
That's not.
Swipe.
That's not the. Oh, no, not the right button.
oh my god, totally sus. I show up and then he,
No, his
tired.
honestly, his whole thing, literally, I can vouch for this. I've been on streams where he's just talking, then all of a sudden, bam, hits that wall, and
He probably laid down.
and automatically it's time for Turish to tuck in.
I get that way around 7 in the morning.
I still have difficulty dealing with this insomnia, but I know I'm gonna have to drug myself out come Monday night, because I have to be at the voting poll at 5:45 in the morning.
Speaking of that, I should have a nightcap. I got some new shot glasses someone gave me.
Nice.
Yeah, they're gay ass skulls.
Yeah.
Gay ass skulls? Man, those are probably special.
Oh, they're special, all right.
What does an ass skull look like?
Even weirder.
It
what
looks
does
like
a
Uranus.
gay ass skull look?
I think it would be nice to have Addy in the chat so he could make fun of how many people are actually watching.
Maybe he's asleep.
Hey,
We
hey,
We had
Doc.
people watching, but the stream crashed, and I brought it back as quick as I could.
I'm gonna make you feel better. I was streaming before you did.
Uh-huh.
I'd actually just ended the stream before, or not just ended, but it was just at its end before, right whenever you were starting. I ultimately privated the stream because it sucked. But the point is yeah, I normally have about, I don't know, 10 people watching lately, where I used to have like more than that. And had basically 2.
Well, honestly, this is an exercise of shooting the shit until I get tired. Anyway, I mean that's
You gotta stop eating your viewers.
the foundation of doing this show anyway. So, although I can't,
Cannibalism?
no,
Oh,
um,
joking.
I did actually. I have talked to a couple people, so I can't say who I've got lined up, but Doctor on Call for December is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I was
No.
never invited to those. I'm hurt.
I'm ready for my part 2.
Well, I tell you, I've always said, and probably you know this better than anybody else, Carlos. I'm like, I got to get the IRL people in, get those guys lined up, and then it's not to be a dick about it, but it's pretty easy to book any of my friends or associates on the interwebs.
Yeah, legitimately, the only reason I got it was because somebody canceled, and you were like, "Hey, It's like 5 minutes till I got to be on the air. You want to do this? And I'm like, all right, yeah, I guess.
It was a decent interview. I think we did well.
Yeah, we literally talked about the most boring part of my life, but you know, whatever.
I like
Shitty Jim Beam.
Jim
Jim
Beam.
Beam is shitty.
Ugh. I won't drink Beam. I won't drink Jack Daniels. I'm too spoiled. Ever since I found Buffalo Trace, it's a distillery out of Frankfort,
free.
Kentucky.
Well, see, what you need to do is you need to mix Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, Fireball, and cheap vodka. Nice.
Doc, what state are you in?
Ohio.
Ohio. I was in Ohio.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was in I think Carson. No, that was Wyoming. Where was it? Hattiesburg?
Hattiesburg, only one I know is in Mississippi.
I'm trying to remember what is it. I'll look it up. Hold on.
Okay, because usually if you're stopping into a major port, it's either Cincinnati, Columbus, Toledo, or Cleveland. Sometimes Akron, sometimes Dayton.
Well, I had to drive a box truck. Well, all right, so we went up there, and I had to drive a box truck from Ohio to Miami, and then back to Ohio.
Well, that's a nice straight shot.
But I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, it is. It was really cool, except for I've only been in Texas my entire life, so all of this traveling I've done in the last year is really new, especially when you're driving a 26-foot box truck.
Yeah,
it's a little big. And so North Carolina is a really interesting area as far as if you're like versus Texas, because Texas doesn't have mountains like that, and like there's no mountains like that anywhere near Texas, so it's really interesting.
Well, I lived for a short time, technically, in Charlotte, a little suburb outside of Charlotte called Mint Hill. And the thing I loved the most about it was I was literally less than an hour away from either the ocean, lake, or mountains. So like anytime I got a day off, I was at one of those places. My
God,
favorite.
this is fucking nasty. Ugh.
So, all right, out of all the states I've been to, in the last year, the worst was probably Philly. Philly was pretty awful.
If it has Kansas in the name, I've been there.
I actually, we only went to Kansas for a second because we cut over, like the long way over by the border. So we were in Kansas for like 30 seconds. Like, oh yeah, we're in Kansas right now. Straight south into Oklahoma.
Well, I mean, but I said Kansas in the name. So there's also Arkansas. See? Well,
oh yeah, Arkansas. Yeah, I've been all over Arkansas.
yeah, it's a hellhole.
Yeah, our Kansas is it's pretty shitty.
It's about as good as this fucking whiskey. Ugh.
I really like Tennessee.
My older brother lives down in Tennessee now, and he loves it too.
If you got to be in not Texas, I definitely would suggest going to Nashville, because Nashville is probably one of the coolest out there. Or yeah.
What?
Yeah, people out here. You're either in Texas or you're not Texas. You know, so it's like, you know, everywhere in Texas is better than everywhere not in Texas. So if you got to go to not Texas,
Texas sucks.
You suck.
No, like you know, like everything's bigger in Texas, including, you know, the obesity rates.
Oh bullshit, man! Literally,
and the low IQ averages.
Yes, because that's why all the fucking missile parts are made down here.
I don't know. Even their big women down
And the
there, they're
rockets.
kind of nice.
Yeah, that's why NASA's here. Because all the stupid people are here.
Well, actually, no. There's geographic reasons why NASA's there, but yeah, whatever.
But yeah, no. But the people who live there are smart, right?
I don't think I'm pretty confident they brought in scientists from literally anywhere else.
Oh, okay. So where are these smart people at? Are they in New York? Are they in Los Angeles? Where are these smart? Are they in Colorado? Where are these smart geniuses?
Not
Talks shit
Texas.
about Texas is probably the same person who talks shit about all of the United States education system. So you probably think our education system sucks in the first place, right?
No,
Okay, we have a great education system, right? Where are we in the world?
no. I'm literally gonna say no to both questions. I don't think it's great, and I don't think it's like fucking the lowest of the low either, because obviously Africa exists.
I was going to say in the rate of graduation, isn't Arkansas still down there at the bottom?
Oh hell yeah, it's like fucking. Ugh.
Arkansas or Mississippi, I forget, was number 50.
I think it's Mississippi. I'm pretty sure.
I'm just wondering on what metrics would you compare? What? All right, let's say if Texas.
Okay,
sucks,
clearly you
where
don't.
is
Yeah, okay.
where is
Can I gotta say this. You clearly haven't talked to me very much, because I just make up metrics. I don't even care. I'll just pull it out of my ass.
Well,
I mean, if I
very adamant in defending Texas.
I mean, I should say though, if you really want to know where a good scientist can be found in Texas, it's probably somewhere in the fucking city latrines.
Do they really call their toilets latrines in Texas?
He said
Nope.
latrines. This dude is so ass backwards. He shits outside.
You goddamn right I do.
He's
Yeah,
like,
I use poison ivy. I use poison ivy to wipe my ass hardcore. Go all the way.
Yeah, bro. You're way more hardcore than me. I only use black shark.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I should try that sometime. No, I don't like, actually, like, honestly, the only thing I like all bullshit aside, the only thing I hate about Texas at all is the weird I don't want to say folklore around Texas is what I hate.
Yes, no, we get it. We understand. We know how.
Yeah. Yeah.
We know how we are.
Yeah, I can't stand like the whole everything's bigger in Texas.
Although
That's actually only like the worst of us. Like I'm willing to defend Texas across the board as far as just like what metrics do you want to go on, but everything being bigger in Texas is kind of annoying. There's only a couple of things that are bigger in Texas, and it's like, why?
I also hate Texas toast.
Really?
I kind of like Texas toast. You can't do a chicken in the basket without Texas toast.
What the fuck is that?
You've never had chicken in a basket?
I've had shit on a shingle.
Shit on a shingle.
Completely different.
What kind of shit on a shingle?
Hey, good morning, Bickle. A chicken in a basket is you take a piece of Texas toast, you cut the center out of it, you crack and you cook an egg in the middle of it.
So it's like French toast, but you don't do it right.
Well,
Okay.
no, French toast, you just basically, you whip up your eggs, then you dip it, and then you cook it on both sides. Whereas you cook the toast, and then you cook the egg inside the actual toast.
Yeah, I've seen this done before, but with just regular bread.
Yeah,
seems like-
Texas toast is better, though.
It seems like does the area where the bread meets the egg, does that tend to is that soggy, or did they cook it well?
That's probably why he's suggesting Texas toast, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it holds up better.
It makes sense. Well, I mean, I cook for most of my life. I'm just trying to imagine, because I've never actually cooked this before, so I'm trying to think like how that would go.
Well,
Does
now,
it, when you get it, like, because you've eaten it a bunch of times, does it end up like soggy when you get it, or?
actually, it depends if the person's skilled in cooking it, because you're not like scrambling the egg. You're just kind of making it either
Right.
sunny side up or perhaps just a little bit runny. But
So when you get it, what do you put on it? Do you put
Just gross.
syrup or do you put ketchup?
neither.
It's fucking eggs. You just dump salt on it.
Yeah, but if you're getting eggs, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the point of the bread is in the whole thing.
It's some weird thing that people came up with. They just cook eggs in the bread, dump some salt and butter on it, and eat it.
Yep.
Like toast.
It
Here,
seems
here,
like
I'll-
it's
I'll
more
even
a
put up-
novelty thing.
I'll even put up a picture
Like,
of it.
you ever eaten an egg sandwich? It's basically that with one piece of bread.
Yeah, there.
Right.
If you take a look in the general, that's what chicken in a basket is.
Yeah, I mean, like I never knew it was called that, but yeah,
Now,
I know what it is. I've
Now-
never had it though.
Now, the more the
Yeah.
more skilled the chef, they'll crack the egg. They'll put it in there. They'll wait till one of the sides cook, and then they'll flip it. And they basically use bacon grease. So
Yeah,
technically, you're toasting the bread as you're cooking the egg too.
I can
Yeah,
do that in my sleep.
I saw that on V for Vendetta, and that's the most I know about this thing. Like I've never eaten it.
I don't even remember that in V for Vendetta, but okay.
Yeah.
So you made this?
Oh, I didn't make this one, but I have made it many times before.
Okay, so in the movie V for Vendetta, whenever he abducts her for the first time and she wakes up and he's cooking breakfast for her, that's what he makes her.
Interesting. This seems like super novelty to me. Like,
I don't know, man.
Like-
Anytime you get a chance
like-
to use bacon grease, it's going to be a good meal.
You know what
It's
else
more
is?
of a British thing?
You know what else is novelty? The entirety of Texas.
hey, you gotta.
Yeah, you clipped off there, Carlos.
I said he got us there. I drove by the giant statue of Sam Houston today, so
Look, I live in Missouri, so I don't. It's worse.
yes, the state of Missouri is.
Why does
exponentially-
everybody say the state of misery as if that is unique and original? Like
It's a show me
everybody,
state.
yeah, exactly. Everybody in Missouri says the exact same thing as everybody outside of Missouri, that they mispronounce it as misery. Like
I've had
because
I-
everybody understands it sucks. I mean, it's like known. It is
I-
known.
it does
I've-
suck, but
I've-
all I care about is that it sucks less than Arkansas, and that's my line.
I've always pronounced it as Missouri.
Ugh.
All right, but I'm gonna be real with y'all. As somebody,
As somebody who cuts out frequently.
True.
Welcome back,
80% of like the East Coast this year,
Missed a lot of
Um,
context here.
Louisiana is absolutely the worst state by far.
Why is that?
And the swamp ass and gators.
I've never,
First of all,
I've never been there, so I'm. That's why
It's
I'm asking.
shitty from one end to the other end, except for I think maybe the northeast part is kind of pretty. But on the other end, it smells bad
What?
everywhere.
Okay, what smells bad?
The
Ew.
ground, the actual ground that they live on.
The
Because
BO of Texans.
Oh my!
yeah, it's the Houston BO wafting up across the Gulf Coast that makes. Good thing we got that fucking Louisiana deodorant.
Okay, I will
Dollar stink.
I will say actually, by the way, on a side note, like again, jokes aside about Texas, everybody that I know that has went to the Houston airport has all unanimously said that place is a hellhole.
Houston is
Wow.
the actual worst. Houston is the actual worst.
Well, but the airport specifically.
Oh, go outside of the go around. There's more shit to go around.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who's like made it a point to travel Houston, but all the people that I know that have went into the airport have come back and said I will never do that ever again.
Houston
Dude.
is
Actually,
Oh my-
the worst.
actually, I had a friend who lived in DFW, Dallas Fort Worth, and I was like, "Well, then why'd you move if it was so good?" And he just gave me a one-word comeback: Houston.
Dude, all my
Absolutely.
all my IRL and online friends that are truckers told me that Houston sucks.
It's the actual worst. Like I was there earlier on today, and like the first worst thing is they have this toll road that all of the like travel apps tend to be in cahoots with the tollway, because I will tell you, they are always trying to get you to go on that fucking tollway.
What the fuck
matter
are you
what you
talking
do.
about? What's a toll wing?
A
What?
tollway? A tollway.
What?
Tollway.
A place
Oh.
where-
Oh,
Tollway.
okay. I thought you were speaking some weird Asian shit. Sorry.
Ching
What?
chong.
Oh, you must understand. The tollway is a place where they take money for you travel.
That was pretty good.
Okay, well, I'm
Uh,
I'm glad Addie's in the chat. Good morning, Addie.
Addie was in my chat, by the way, for like all of like 20 seconds.
Yeah, we
and by chat, he means his butt.
Addie, we did have to restart the stream, so I hope you're happy with the amount of the audience that's here. It should make you feel good.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm one of the viewers.
I may or may not still be a viewer. It's possible.
Well, me too, technically.
So there's half of your viewership.
Yeah,
all the viewers are in the chat.
and it wasn't Magog's fault because he was here for only a little bit.
I read that.
I've been streaming on Twitch.
I can't bring myself to. I just can't.
Nah.
Test streams.
Yeah, the problem that I have with Twitch is I looked up a lot on it, and a lot of people so far said that due to how Twitch works, all the people that are popular on Twitch will never have another like again. Like it's almost impossible to be on their level due to how Twitch functions. Because how it functions is you search by video game or whatever, right? And then the one that has the most views and the most subscribers shows up at the top. So people have to like go out of their way to specifically dig for you, which makes you ever getting anywhere like highly unlikely.
Well, you
Yeah,
got you got definitely have to cross platform. Like you
Yeah.
gotta find a niche too. You know, it's definitely not one of those things to where I'm going to be a Fortnite streamer. Well, if you're going to be a Fortnite streamer, you're going to bury the fuck up.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
not only that, like on top of that, like the rule with Twitch is always stream. So like
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to like dedicate yourself to like every day just grind, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I have like bills. So
Yeah, and the only way you can make money doing Twitch is if you got big titties and willing to partially expose them.
Oh,
I
so,
mean,
oh, so that's why
I mean-
Ethan Ralph was over there. Okay.
yeah.
Hey,
Well,
so
He's got a
Right.
pair of perky titties. Like, hey,
Okay, why isn't Addy joining the stream?
Because he doesn't want to.
I'm just gonna start calling him faggot until he shows up. Hey faggot,
so
get in the stream.
that's fucking great. So Doc,
Yes, sir.
I got dragged into some of your old drama a couple of months ago
Which one? Jesus.
What?
with the imaginary Indian.
Oh, okay.
You know, the Indian in the closet.
Yeah,
You mean the loser?
I had somebody who was doing research who I know was a was a dyed in the wool Kumatard. Sent me some DMs about, hey, can you unban the people, because I'm going back through one of your shows, and there was some type of controversy between you and a Viable Ninja and Akagen, he named a couple more other people, and I was like, well, dude, I already kind of beat you to the punch there. I literally unbanned everybody except for one guy, and he's like, well, their comments aren't coming up, and I'm like, well, it could be because when they get recorded by YouTube, if that name has been muted, then it probably won't show up. And if I unmute it, the recording's already done, so it won't bring them back. It won't bring their comments back.
Yeah, it's not like it's gonna imaginarily, like know what the muted comment was.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what was going on if that's what you want to know, but no, I think there was some other type of research going on. So
Oh
Look,
yeah,
I gotta say something. The Tonka drama bullshit was dumb. All right, that's all I had to say.
Man, it was dumb.
and I
for
was
the-
and I was involved in it, for the record. So I'm
The
just throwing that
Tonka
out there.
drama
That's
was-
mostly a criticism at myself as well.
okay, so
dumb
so
and
so
old.
so
fucking
Carlos,
a year ago.
Carlos, what were they trying to drag you into?
All right. So, for a long time there, Vamp I was following Vamp, right?
Yeah.
And like, I would sporadically say nice things to her just because I don't have any problems with her whatsoever.
Yeah.
But then she would post shit, and there was one that's like, never forget Tonka 1. And now, that's kind of a sore spot for me personally.
Wait,
This dude running around pretending like he's never lost anything.
wait, what did he
Whenever
win?
I personally, I'm not sure, but he never won against me. And so I sit there and I said, bullshit, you didn't beat me. Everybody knows you didn't beat me. Everybody knows that you fucking 1 year later was saying the exact same thing I was saying, but like pretending like it was your own idea. It's the same shit you were arguing with me about fucking 1 year beforehand. And and then you want to say you've never been defeated. Well, no, you've been defeated. You got defeated by me twice. And so I just said, ha, no. Literally, that's all I put. I said, ha, no. And about a month later, some Barney looking motherfucker shows up and wants to start talking shit to me about Tonka. And then wants to sit there and pretend like I'm stalking Vamp because of the fact that
I would stalk Vamp and then rape her.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ, man.
I mean, I might get AIDS, but you gotta take one for the team.
I mean, she's not super fucking ugly, but she is like
No,
the
you
whole
just
group
do
is,
it to
like,
piss off
fucking
Tonka.
weird.
You just do it to
Yeah,
piss
Well,
off Tonka.
she's not.
Yeah,
She's not super ugly, but she does kind of look like a prepubescent boy.
So yeah,
Just
from
saying.
A little bit.
From some angles, she does kind of look like she should be on the cover of Teen Bop magazine.
Yeah.
What
Wait a
the
minute, I know-
fuck?
I know Infallible Foul was one of the ones who got unmuted, but I think he's still in the Discord. Wait a minute, let me take a look.
So, but yeah, nobody. This dude apparently didn't know my MO of just talking shit to you for days straight. So 3 days later, this dude is still trying to argue with me while I'm literally mocking him to his fucking face. And then probably he gets burnt out. And then probably about 2-3 weeks later, they had some kind of fucking argument that went on for days. And I think you were involved with it, Vlad, on that one. There's some fucking stupid ass argument. It wasn't even.
Hold
I
up,
was
what?
tagged-
I was involved. What?
Yeah, there was a bunch of people who were tagged in this stupid ass argument that went on for, I want to say, 4 fucking days that I was tagged in. And like, I hadn't been a part of the conversation in days, and I'm still getting updates from this shit. And fucking
so many random ass people were involved in this thing, and I don't know exactly who was all fucking talking shit, but it went on forever.
Yeah.
And then probably I want to say like 2 weeks later, I got blocked, and it's been very peaceful since then. It's nice.
You know what's really annoying is like, so I've never blocked anybody on Twitter ever.
Me either. You're not getting my fucking scalp.
Yeah.
I'll say I have blocked, but it's been corporate ones, like
Yeah,
like
I
Nike and all those fuckers sending me advertisements about their shit, and I'm like, I don't want to hear about your shit.
I
Yeah,
think
the
I
only-
blocked Adam Lambert.
By the way, Infallible Foul, you do have a role, so you have a you have a patient role, so you can see
But-
you can see him.
But oh, sorry, I keep interrupting. I'm. You remember when I said that I was gonna only be here long enough for one cigarette?
Well, then you had a drink.
Yeah. But no, I was gonna say that I never understood why people liked Tonka. I'll never understand it.
It's wrestling.
Well-
I mean, I like wrestling. Look, here's the thing. I like wrestling. Like
Here's the
I
thing.
watch, but I watch WWE and the other thing. But the thing is like even then, I still don't like Tonka. Never liked him from the
Well,
beginning ever.
Well,
I thought he was an annoying piece of shit loser redneck whose ancestors couldn't win a war if they fucking had a goddamn laser beam.
He's
Like,
not
I-
actually an Indian, you know that, right?
That's even more hilarious. The point I'm getting at is like really like I don't understand why anybody liked him or likes
I
him
didn't.
to the date.
Yeah, I didn't get it. The only reason why I watched his show was the guests. Like, the only time I really paid attention, because it was something I had in the background while I was cleaning or doing whatever around the house. And the only time I really paid attention was, like, when Medicare was on, when other people was on, when
Yeah,
Worski was
Medicare
on.
has a brain. Like this is the big difference between all that. Like like I don't like any of the blood sports faggots, but Medicare is just hilarious and
Yes.
a genius. Like I
It's weird
would have a drink with Medicare like right now if I could.
it's weird to have seen it a long time ago, but from the back end of it, like it's really weird because Tonka's really fucking fake. That's the one thing I can tell you is like,
Dude, have you
Tonka,
seen his
whenever-
new pictures? He's fat. He's
that's
fat as
wonderful. I don't give a
fuck. No,
Mm.
I'm just saying like
Wonderful.
I'm
let
just-
him fucking roll down his fat ass down a fucking hill and
no, I'm saying like you're
go.
more right. You're more right than you know because like he tries to make it out like I remember he said something like at one point like if I revealed my face you would get like really scared or some shit and like no like if you saw a picture of him right now you'd be
he's the least scary person on the entire planet. Like,
Yeah.
whenever I was sitting there thinking of stream ideas, I was sitting there thinking I'm definitely gonna get a bunch of his wrestling. Doc, you gotta help me with this. Me
Okay.
and you will do commentary on fucking Tonka's wrestling matches.
Mm.
oh
Yes,
You know what's funny?
dude, I'll do color, and you could do you could do whatever the other guy is. You
Uh,
could be Jim Ross.
I actually was in contact with the people running Pro South because because they were having video and audio problems when they were trying to run their shows, and I spent some time trying to help them out with that.
I'll tell you what.
But I said, listen, dude, I will give you all the knowledge that I have because I've been around. Let's call it independent wrestling for many, many, many years. I've not only announced and ran the sound and ran cameras and booked. I pretty much did anything and everything but getting to the ring unless I was announcing.
Oh,
Yeah.
look, the faggot joined.
Well, I mean, when you're flirting that way, how can I say no?
He
Wait,
wants to give you his
Jamie.
butthole, Addy.
Good morning, Sir Adamantine.
Good morning, Doc.
But yeah, I was talking to them behind the scenes, and I said, "Listen, but one thing you have to make sure of that if I'm helping you guys out, just don't tell Robbie because he'll start shit, and there's no reason to because I'm not here to help him. I will be helping him if I can help you guys fix your audio problems, but I don't need him to start swinging his dick around."
I
And-
mean, probably not much this way.
And they didn't really need me that long. We figured out how to fix their audio, and they've been running good ever
Hey,
since.
Doc.
Yes.
Doc,
Yes.
I'm mad at you
Why?
because I'm probably going to be up all night now.
Yeah. Blame me. Go ahead. I already took
I'm
my
just gonna-
sleeping pills. I'm going for the liquor next.
Yeah, I'm already on that, and now I won't be able to sleep. Like, booze tweaks me the fuck out.
Well, I'm still thinking that I did the stupidest thing ever by fucking the volunteering to do a 12-hour stint for the government on
Look,
Tuesday.
I'm gonna pester Cadunt because this is becoming way too much of a sausage fest.
Yeah, go get her. Go get her. I miss Canuck.
I'm sorry, but I actually want to talk to Cadunt because I haven't actually
about
had
her?
like.
I
Go.
I talked to her a couple hours ago. Well, yeah, about a couple hours.
Tell her I said come here.
Yeah, like no, like I haven't like I like Cadunt, so I haven't talked to her in like forever. So like and she's like trying to sit there and play hard to get, and so I'm gonna treat her like every normal sexist male would, and say get in the fucking stream, you woman, which is literally what it just wrote.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you can try.
So-
It's not like I didn't take her keys away, man. So she's
So check
got.
this out, Doc.
Uh-huh.
All right, so when all that shit was going down, there's a lot of people who really hate that dude who like will secret it around if you have any kind of
Sorry,
argument with
hold
him,
on.
which
I
is
don't mean to interrupt. What dude?
Tonka.
Okay, all right.
And so what happened is whenever that shit was going down, this dude hit me up in my DMs and was like, "Man, yeah, Tonka's a fucking asshole, ain't he?" And I'm like, "Yeah, super sketchy, dude. What's going on?" And he was like, he gave me this. He was talking about this wrestler named Ace Haven. I think Doc, you know who he is, right?
Yeah. Ace and Amy are the ones I was talking about. They run Pro South.
All right. So what he was explaining to me is that with the Worski fight, that Ace was under the impression that it was fake the entire time. That it was a complete fucking 100% fake. Andy was under the impression it was fake, and Tonka was under the impression it was fake. Now, if I know anything about Tonka, and this is the honest to God truth, what was going to happen?
God doesn't exist.
Hush. That if Andy would have, let's say this would have went down the way Tonka wanted it to go down. Well, they would have got in the ring, and Tonka would have fucking mauled them, straight up mauled them. He would have sit there and pretended the entire time like it was going to be, oh yeah, Andy, we're going to just play. It's going to be a wrestling match, whatever. He would have got in there and he fucking would have mauled them. But the problem is Andy started beefing up. Andy started working out and shit like that. And he's like, okay, well, I can't goon him. So if I get in the ring with this dude, he may beat the fuck out of me. And he pussied out. But,
Infallible Foul's trying to get in, by the way.
Oh, is he up?
but
Okay.
but the thing is that what happened is the dude
Good
sent me
morning, Infallible Foul.
these
Hey, how's
pictures,
it going?
these messages and stuff. It was weird.
Now I even said on stream because I talked to both Andy and I talked to Tonka before, on their shows, and well, no,
I'm gonna send you the
actually,
pictures, Doc.
actually, it was on Addie's show where
What did I do?
where Andy and what's his name, Chuck Thulu or whatever the fuck his name is.
Fat ass fuck, yeah.
Yeah. And I said, listen, if it comes down to a fight, I honestly think that if Tonka isn't injured and all crippled up, because that's usually what happens to a lot of indie wrestlers, because they do something fucking stupid and break their necks. I said, if he's actually in shape, he will probably hook you and kick your ass. But and both of them asked me, they're like, well, whose camp are you in? And I'm like, I'm in the camp of this shit is never going to happen. I called it months before to their faces. Once they said that this was going to happen, I'm like, it's not going to happen. One of the two, you and somewhere it's recorded on one of their two streams. I said somebody's going to come up with some fucking bullshit technicality, and it's going to get canceled. And wow, imagine a bullshit technicality popped up. I don't care who chickened out. I got the opportunity because my oldest brother, lives in Knoxville. I got the opportunity to go to Knoxville and spend time with my older bro, and I actually got to meet Stalvin down there, and T-Tac, and Buzz the Hive, and I did meet Worski's crew too.
So, Doc, I sent you the pictures I was talking about, and also Knoxville's a weird place. Knoxville was like dead in the middle of a bunch of mountains and shit, and I swear to God, it's like Knox was like traveling through all the mountains and shit, was like, all right, well, this seems like a good spot. And everybody's like, really, Knox? In between all these mountains? He's like, yeah, this is totally gonna work out. Because it's just mountains everywhere. Knoxville's fucking weird.
Yeah, but it's nice. It's nice country.
I hate it, man. I hate going to Knoxville because it's like, all right, you must stop in Knoxville, otherwise it's like an hour of mountains on either side of it.
Still, I'm good. I'm good with it.
Meh. But yeah, I sent you the pictures I was talking about. Apparently those are the conversations that Ace Haven guy had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this would be somebody that is in Davis's server. That the part of the crew that used to be a part of that and kind of left around the end of the year.
Davis.
Yeah, he used to be on the show too.
Yeah, Davis. Yeah, I've known Davis long. Well, I mean, like forever. That dude's.
Yeah, he got drunk and tried to ape one of my streams one night, and I heard about it.
Yeah, I went on there to try to just. Well, I think I was just trying to fuck with him, but just I don't know, try to help the madness, whatever the hell was going on.
Oh, dude, I literally was I was tears when Anal Vape came down and he was like, "Oh yeah, I got the 411 on Doc Griffin," and me and Anal Vape have been tight since I did the Doc Griffin persona. So I'm like, okay, where's he going to go on this? And apparently, he came to the conclusion that I was a transitioning Mexican Jew. Oh fuck, man! I was busting a gut.
Yeah, Vape is unique. He's a unique character.
Yeah, he's a pain in the ass, but he's still funny.
He is. He doesn't understand. I think sometimes he doesn't understand whenever people are being serious or not, and like that's why I don't talk to him anymore, because like, if I have to worry about you fucking up my shit, then I don't really want to talk to you at all.
Well, no, I mean that's the reason why I stopped talking to Whitey. Just because it's like, dude, I don't know what you're in for, but I do know that I'm in for it if I ever bring you on my show. So, no.
Yeah, that's that whole crew. They're all just they're kind of like that. You never know what you're getting. Is it like really what's going on, or where it's going, or what
Well-
they're aiming for? But
Well, back
It's alright.
back in the day when I was Ed McManning for Sisyphus, and he was doing his Rolling with Sisyphus, where he wanted to do an interview. He was like, "Hey man, I'd like to talk to Anal Vape," and I was like, "I can hook you up with him, but you're rolling the dice." And he's like, "No, I think it'll be a good time." I'm like, "All right." So I hooked him up with it, and this was when Google Hangouts was around, and Anal, like within 10 minutes, gave it out to his Discord server, and
Of course it is.
they were rating that fucking show, just tearing it up.
See, but
And-
you got to understand, his whole entire deal is like he will sacrifice his friendship for a chaotic fucking stream. Like he loves chaotic streams.
Dude,
Yeah.
I've been on one of his streams where there were like 20 people on the show and like 4 people watching.
Yeah, that's how fucking IBS used to be back in the day. That's how we got drawn to this whole fucking crowd in the first place. Is us fucking screaming at each other and fucking internet bloodsport bullshit.
Oh,
He got fucking dragged into it, and then he started participating and being his little weird self all over the fucking place.
yeah, but Carlos, the funniest part of the whole thing when they rated Sisyphus was he was like, "Well, fuck this, I'm just going to end the show," and he left, and the show was still running. And I'm like, dude, you have to actually end the stream. You leaving does not end the stream. Oh god, and I had to laugh because it was funny. I mean, it was like okay, you just basically corkscrewed this thing into the fucking ground, but still funny.
Well, your buddy Sisyphus will argue with a stump if you give him the opportunity to. So, but then again, I'm a very good stump, so I'll argue right back.
Well, and plus he's got his shit together.
Yeah, well, yes and no. Like, if you can get him in a position to where he, like, you, first of all, he's super easy to fuck with. Sisyphus is the easiest person on the planet to fuck with because all you really have to do is find something he's passionate about and then just argue the other thing, but in a really stupid way, but really passionately.
Wait, that's what Vlad does.
yeah,
Whoa, what? Hold on. I wasn't even paying attention. I was doing more important things like anything else. Were you? Vlad does what?
If it's so unimportant, go to sleep, motherfucker.
Wait, no, hold on. What were you saying? Like, I do what?
You're a contrarian. If you think you can get somebody's goat, you will take the opposite point of view just to fuck with them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't an insult. It was definitely accurate representation.
I don't know. I don't think I could handle him and Sisyphus going at each
I want to
other.
see this confrontation just because I think Sisyphus would be his normal, take shit too seriously self, and fucking Vlad would just skeet. He'd just skeet.
Well, like, I actually went on Tonka's stream. I don't know if you know this or not. Never many people do because Tonka deleted said stream. And I just spent the entire time talking bullshit and trolling. Basically, or more famously, I suppose you could argue, is that would be the oh my god, I forgot his name, and I feel bad. Hold on, let me scroll through here because I know he's in this Discord.
Are you talking about Trippy?
Yeah, the Trippy approach. Yeah, which I do that normally anyway, but I did the Trippy approach. And essentially we're just doing everything I could to just piss off Tonka for the lulz because I don't really care.
Well, fucking Davis tried to norm troll fucking Doc one time when I was on here, and I was like, or maybe I wasn't even on here, but he was on here. I don't know whether I was on here or not, but I was watching it. Maybe I don't fucking know. Everything runs together these days. But he tried to norm troll Doc, where you go on there and you pretend to be Norm Macdonald and fucking do Norm jokes and shit like that. I was like, bro,
Yeah.
I did that like a year ago to Tonka. What the fuck? You can't steal my shit. You can't steal my material, bro.
And honestly, I had anybody from the tribe who wanted to come on. The only one that we speed bumped with was what's her name, Blossom. And Blossom wanted to have me on her show to talk, and I was like, listen, this whole Tonka thing with me is already dead. I've already had my talk on stream with him, and it's pretty much done. But if you want me to come on and talk about pretty much anything else, I'm good to go with that.
Okay, Dan's just pissing me off because she's not responding.
She's asleep.
No, it's
I don't
good.
give a fuck. She's
like,
wake the fuck up and abide by my commands.
like
That's
I
all
said, I talked to her about two hours ago.
I literally just added her again and just said "woman" with exclamation mark.
Wait a minute. Where are you getting to her on Twitter?
Discord.
I don't think she keeps active Discord.
Fuck.
I'll send it. I'll send it through my super secret means.
Well, from what I noticed, the only Discord, the only way you can really contact her is through her Discord.
Oh, that's what she says.
Well,
Well, I talk to Cadet from time to time, but that's only
No,
in her
like
Discord
I've
server.
messaged her a bit here and there, but I've never actually had like a conversation with her, like voice wise, in a while. I mean, I'm sure I could probably just be like, hey, like VC me at any time, whenever she's available, and I just haven't like got around to it because I actually just now quit my job as of 2 days ago. I've been really busy.
yeah,
I'm trying to.
I watched your video.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty fucked up, isn't it?
Yeah. By the way, good morning, Bearman Prophecy.
Who's gonna do the anal milking at the sperm bank now? Damn.
But no, like I think that video, like I've debated taking it down because it's completely out of character.
Apparently, Vlad's fingers are the best fingers. They're never gonna be the same without him.
I agree.
Dude, if you hadn't quit, it's just like okay, this was back when it was MySpace and Facebook was,
I remember the good old days.
barely a twinkle in the eye of the internet.
The good old days, yeah.
So I put up a private post. Only friends of mine could see it. And I didn't mention the name of my company, but I said, listen, if you guys are not happy with what's going on, it's up to you to say something. Because if you don't, you're just a bunch of pussies.
Mm-hmm.
And I got taken into the office the very next week. And the very next week, they tried to put me on a final written warning for conduct. And I was like, I'm not going to sign this. And they're like, but did you say these things? And I was like, I tell you what, if you can pull up my account and pull that up, then I'll sign it. And they're like, okay, well, we can't, And I was like, well, how'd you get it in the first place? Well, somebody printed it out and gave it to us. And I'm like, okay, so if I steal a page of your diary, then
So
I can
snitches get stitches.
Then I can go ahead and print it. Oh, I found out who it was later on, and let's just say they had problems with their utilities later. I don't play fair. I don't play fair. So you fuck with me. You threaten my job. You threaten my livelihood. There's going to be some repercussions.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my case, it was a little bit more extreme. Like, I have a penis, and therefore me bad. That was pretty much what that boiled down to for me. And I mean, there was a lot of other things that were really fucked up that happened, but really, that was what it. Well, that and I have a big mouth, to a degree.
No.
Like, right. I know, right? No, like there's things that Huh?
I don't think you're saying to a degree was necessary.
That's a good point. But
So
but
you quit McDonald's? What? Where's this?
Oh God, I fucking wish it was McDonald's. But I worked at a residential care facility. I know, ironic. But the thing is
Wait,
that
a vampire that works at a residential care facility.
yeah, I like to slurp blood from the clit of women. But the point is that
Whoa!
ultimately what it comes down to is this, and that is that
Red Wings confirmed.
indeed. I just really couldn't like I really couldn't take it anymore. Like, you know, like I fought
For the taste?
yeah. I fought for 1 day of the week on a morning shift for over a month. Finally got it, and they tried to take it away because I don't have a vagina. And also largely because I am the only person that reported anything bad or fucked up that happened.
Well,
I was
wait
you
a
have
minute. Here's the
cocaine
important
problem.
question. The important question is: were you willing to get a vagina?
No, I actually said to my supervisor that I would fuck my administrator in like 2 seconds for a $2 raise. So I'm just saying, like it's
Hey,
not
Doc,
like
Doc, why
Yeah?
did he get fired?
He didn't get fired. He quit.
Yeah, sure he did.
no, I quit. I got so many fucking
You can't
shit to
fire me.
prove
I
that.
quit.
Yeah, no, like actually, it reminds me of like the old days when I watched that movie Polly. Oh, sorry, and then the movie they said, I'm not fired, I am quit. Like anyway, but the point is yeah, no, like no, fuck them cunts, man. Like so, I was one of there was 10 people that originally worked there. I was one of 3 dudes, and 2 of those worked graveyard. So the thing is it, and I was wanting to work Friday on a morning shift, and I would have been the first man in over 15 years to work a weekday on a morning shift, and they didn't like that. It sounds really fucking stupid, and that's because it is. Okay.
A shame you won't be able to have the Bertoni grin anymore.
The what? What? I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
I said it's a shame you're not going to be able to have the Bertoni grin anymore.
Yeah. But it's just
I have no
but it's
clue
one of
what that
those
means.
things where I just left. You know, and the person they were like, and there's a whole other host of shit. If you you can just watch my fucking video. I read the whole fucking letter. But I waited until the day I was supposed to come back in after my 3 days off, and just fucking waited until 5 minutes after I was supposed to be there and just reamed their fucking ass with that fucking message, because fuck them. Like, there was so much fucked up shit that happened. And like, I know that I'm like probably the least moral person that people would expect, but like when it comes to like healthcare and shit and me working in it, I take it very seriously. And in this respect, like I don't know, I got really pissed off on the behalf of other people, and of course the behalf of myself, you know. But realistically, like I don't know, like I can't see the logic in physically abusing a helpless old man and then me reporting it to the administrator and then it getting buried. There's not very much justification for that, in my opinion.
Maybe you liked it.
He did not. I can tell you that much. So,
All right, wait, real quick. Can I do an alternative history of what happened?
Oh,
I mean, I
fire away.
suppose.
I'm gonna make it up as I go along. Just so for the record, this is complete fiction. All right, so Vlad fell in love.
Oh, for
with an
fuck's sake!
86 with an 86-year-old woman Believe it or not, the passion was hot and heavy. They would sneak kisses after she got her jello and before pudding. Always before pudding, because kids everywhere, and don't want to hide the, you don't want to have the evidence everywhere. One day, the administrator called him into his office and he said, "Vlad, we know." He knew what they knew. We've given it. Did you kill your granny girlfriend?
My God.
I don't know. It sounds like he's working towards plausible deniability at this point. That's all right.
Yes, Joshua, send me food stamps. Sorry, that was a reference to the chat.
Grandma,
no,
no!
And by the
that-
way,
and that
good
story-
morning, JJ. You know where the door is too.
that story was horrible.
Grandma, no!
No,
You're just-
though, to be fair, you weren't far off. The
You're just mad 'cause
administrator,
you didn't get the pudding.
indeed. I made the fucking pudding, and I half the time never got it. But
You didn't get that. Wait,
But-
wait. You're telling me you made the pudding, but you didn't get it?
yes, no, seriously, this is
That sounds like-
actually
Hey. That doesn't sound like a them problem. That sounds like a you problem, buddy.
no, it's not. Like in working there, you have to make them all food, and there's 30 people there, and your lunch breaks aren't guaranteed unless you bring your own food.
Wow.
Yeah, so there was times that I made pudding and then just never got the pudding or Jello, for that matter. So so the fact is like, yeah, like, but that is irrelevant to me because like I like, believe it or not, I barely fucking eat in the first place except like at dinner time. At dinner time, I'm a ravenous fucking psycho. But-
You know who did get the pudding though? Me.
The fucking
I got the pudding.
yeah, right. But I mean, again, though, I would have fucked the administrator for $2 more an hour,
I would fuck her for 50 cents and a hug.
and she was 60 years old. And I don't care. $2 more an hour. I'm a cheap whore.
Well, I mean, as long as you brought some lubricant, because women at that age have a tendency to be a little dry.
I'm okay with that. Friction's
Hey.
great.
Hey, look, Doc. I can spit.
Exactly. There you go. There's the spirit. Hardcore.
Hey, it's a factual name.
I mean, as long as you're having fun.
And Addie's over here vomiting in the background.
Hey, just because you don't like vagina, that just means more vagina for me.
Well, I don't. I think Addie resents more that we're talking about old vagina rather than just vagina.
Hey, old vagina
Hey.
looks like new vagina.
Hey,
You've
like
hardly
they
ever seen an
always
old
say.
vagina.
Like they
Am I
always
wrong,
say.
Addie?
You know, I was barely listening, so I don't really.
Fair enough.
Hey, like they always say, once you go gray, there ain't no other way.
That sounds pretty gay. Rhymes
No,
with gray, so it's okay.
no, actually, my favorite joke in that realm is, you know what old woman pussy smells like? Depends. Yeah, are you taking time to consider that, Vlad, or?
Wait, what? I wasn't listening.
Ah, Christ.
Depends.
No, I just realized that so somebody named Hardcore 14U wrote a message in general chat that makes no sense to me. What the fuck does that mean? Hardcore? What number one fluffer? What?
You number one fluffer.
I don't know what that means.
You the number one fluffer.
I speak white, boy. Could you?
There's no
can you
fluffer
say
good
that?
than you.
God, I'm gonna kill myself.
Number one fluffer.
I'm out of Jim Beam. It sucks.
Number one fluffer.
You made me pour my last shot of Jim Beam. Speaking of which, Addie, what do you drink? I've never asked that question.
Normally, I either drink vodka or whiskey.
Okay, well, what kind of vodka or whiskey? Well, what's your go-tos?
Smirnoff or Windsor.
He's trying to get you drunk, Addy.
Good luck with that. I drank a liter of whiskey last night on my stream, so
Yeah, it was
I know.
pretty obvious.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, Addy, I don't really want to talk like so. Hardcore over here made a bestiality joke and it bothered me. So there's that.
Man, what's wrong with the bestiality joke?
You're talking about bears raping people, and I was just, wow, that's dumb.
Look, man.
Like-
Hey. Look, you wanted to be raped by a bear. I just talked about it.
Right. As long as it's a white bear, it's okay. A polar bear, whatever. Who cares? Right, but no, like I don't know, like
It
I
makes you happy.
indeed. Like I feel like Addie's oh wait. I got a message. Hold on. Oh, god damn it. Kadunt is being a bitch and going to sleep.
No.
She said, "Shh." I don't know if that meant be quiet or just tell me to be quiet. I don't know.
Some column A, some column B.
So, well, see, what you need to do is you need to go to her and give her a proper punishment for denying to follow your orders.
Put my wee wee in her bum bum. It is the way.
Whoa. Hey, all right, wait. So check it out. Has anybody read Game of Thrones?
Nope.
Yes. So, I mean, wait. What was the question again? Does anybody like Game of Thrones?
No, has anybody read it?
Oh, I read the first book. Great book.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's interesting. And the only thing that's really interesting to me, I mean, like that kind of throws me off, is the ages of all the characters in the book versus in the show. Because when you watch the show, they're all like 17, 18 years old. You know, even Daenerys is like 16 whenever she gets married off to Drogo, right? She's fucking 12 in the book.
Yeah.
She's fucking 12 and
But
gets
hold
pregnant at
on.
13.
Hold on. But that is accurate to the medieval period.
But no, all right. So this is the only problem I have with that whole entire thing, right?
Oh, here we go.
No, just
Now-
hear me out on this. Okay?
Now I have to justify pedophilia for like 2 seconds.
You don't.
All right, continue.
You don't have to justify anything. I just want to point out this whole entire thing. Okay. You have the realm within they're talking about, which is fair enough. I'm going to give you every bit of leeway in that. All right. But all of this was written by a guy. All of this was written by some dude who had to think it up and who was in his room, like accurately putting a 12-year-old's wetness down on paper, talking about how wet she is while she's being raped.
Would it make you feel better if it was a girl that wrote it?
It would make me feel better if it was an older girl.
Wait a minute.
Why?
Wait a minute.
Because of the fact that it's so unnecessary for her to be 12 in the story. It doesn't
No, it's
make
not.
It is
Like
the
okay.
most
You're
unnecessary thing.
okay. No. I have to disagree. So
Right,
first and
it actually
foremost,
it actually makes it unbelievable that she's 12 because she gets pregnant at 12.
okay, but women can get pregnant at 10. They're born with that ability from the beginning.
Yes, but when that happens, the baby rips them in half.
Yes, which is
Not
why.
physically
Hold on.
able to
Hold on.
conceive.
And this is why statistically, the majority of pregnancies were a death sentence in the medieval period, all the way past the Renaissance into the early 18th century. Okay, so so again, it is very historically accurate to the time period.
By the way,
but this is the thing. It's not the time period. This is pure fantasy on a completely.
It is
different plane.
fantasy, but look, most fantasy concepts are based in a medieval time period,
Yes, but listen to me
like
on
Game
this,
of
okay?
Thrones.
All right, but listen to me on this, okay? If you can imagine a place where, all right, if we're talking about a historical accurate representation of like medieval England, and you're sitting here saying, all right, in 1623, this person, William of whatever, married a 12-year-old, then it would be okay, in my opinion, because you're talking about an actual place, an actual time where people actually did that. We're talking about a completely fantasy setting where her being 12 plays no role whatsoever into the entire thing, but actually makes it harder to believe.
So here's the thing: if you're talking about historical realism, you would be correct.
No, not
To
historical.
some
I'm talking
degree,
about
but
it's
it's historically themed, and you're applying your modern morals onto a historical time frame that is no longer existent.
Yeah,
So
but the person writing it is in the modern.
exactly, and
yes,
that's what my point is.
But the point is too is that what I was going to add to that was that, like, what if him adding that in there was intentionally made to make you feel uncomfortable?
It really it's
And
really
also
not. Because,
more than
because-
that, and even if
wait.
that wasn't the case, you feeling uncomfortable doesn't change the fact one way or another
It's
that
not,
that if
can
you
tell,
go back
first of
into a medieval period, that was a thing. Which
All right, so
everything
calm down,
in fantasy, in the majority,
Simmer down
I'm
now.
calm. I'm fine.
No, simmer down.
All I'm saying is that
I'm
in
good, but
the
listen,
medieval
hear me out,
period, in
We're
the
not talking
medieval
about medieval
period,
we're not talking about medieval period. What we're talking about is something that is so obvious that whenever they made it into a TV show, they aged everybody up 4 years minimum.
yes,
in
because
order to
otherwise
make
it would be
believable.
child porn.
Exactly.
But the thing is, though, is that
It's-
child
it-
porn?
It's just as much child porn when you write it down as it is if you were.
I mean, yeah. I mean that. I mean, not. Yes
You
and
actually
no.
use the same argument as cuties. You realize that?
Hey,
Well, no, I'm
okay,
not,
hold
because
on.
in Cuties they made the idea that they
You're
made
in a
this
really bad
movie.
spot here. It's like
Oh, no, hold
watching
on.
somebody
Hold,
fall off a
listen.
cliff.
Let
Let me finish my sentence. In the movie Cuties, they actually made the argument that they were making this movie strictly to speak against taking advantage of children while
Obviously
taking
not the
advantage of
case.
children. It is obviously not the case.
No, but listen.
But the point I'm making,
Wait,
though,
hold
is
on,
it wasn't
hold on.
if it
Both
was
of
a
you.
medieval.
Stop.
If it was a medieval.
Stop. I just have one question. Addie, how's this for stimulating conversation?
Kitty porn, not my cup of tea.
But is it better than anime?
Or bestiality?
A finger stuck in my eyes, but
What if the 12-year-old was actually a 9,000-year-old vampire? There we go. We'll fix
Okay,
the novel.
Well, see, that's an actual movie. But aside from that, no. So there's
it's along the same lines as that is what I'm getting at.
what all I'm saying is, okay, is that it's kind of difficult. So whenever you have medieval time period, right,
It's
which
not
is
a
what this
medieval
is,
time period,
but
it's
it
a
is.
fantasy.
They have
It's not-
swords.
it's not
You can
taking
say it's
place in-
fantasy all day long, but like that's like saying that the
Why did-
rules
but
of
why did-
science. That's like
why
saying
did
the
people
rules
get
of
married at
science.
13?
Hold on.
Why-
That's like
why did
saying the
girls get married
rules
at
of.
13?
That's like saying the rules of science no longer does not apply to Star Wars or to Star Trek. That is
They
basically
don't,
what
though.
you're saying.
It
Yes, they
doesn't, though.
do. Yes, they
Why would
do.
it?
Space
Why?
still applies. You can't just say fantasy and then poof, everything's
Not know what
irrelevant.
fantasy means?
Okay, if that's true, then your current morals no longer matter. If it's fantasy, then you can make a full-blown child porn. You can make a full-blown child porn, and it would be okay.
You are arguing creative license, which is fair. And if you were going to sit here and say, "Yeah, man," like I said before, it's a good book, I'm going to give it a good book. But my point is that the person who wrote the book was sitting there imagining 12-year-olds having sex with 35-year-olds.
Yeah,
And
he's
this is
probably a
just- hold on,
pedo.
let me finish. Wait, let me finish. This isn't just one instance. Like Tyrion, whenever he finds a concubine, she's 14. Like, there's
Yeah.
a lot of situations where freaking unnecessarily they are children. And
Okay.
it's so frequent that towards the middle of the book, you're like, why are they all kids?
So you have to understand something. Okay, first off, as I said, like this is all supposed to be fantasy based on the medieval time period.
You
Okay,
want me to argue your point for you, Vlad? I can win this
Ho-
argument. for
hold
you.
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. In the medieval time period, okay, the younger you were, the more viable you were as an option when it comes to having children. This is just sadly how it worked because modern medicine wasn't a fucking thing. Okay. So realistically, at the end of the day, like it makes perfect sense. Now, if you wanted to make the argument that it's kind of creepy that the writer of the story went into gory detail, and that if that's your argument, I'm not going to disagree because I haven't read it like past like the first book. I haven't read anything past the first
We're
Game of
talking
Thrones
about
book.
the first book, but listen, here
I don't remember anything being that bad in the first book. But aside from that, if
you
it was
would have to understand from the jump that she was 12, because this is the thing about it is I once again I can argue your side too if you want real quick.
Okay.
The best argument you can make right now is time frame. Okay, the reason they have to be that age is because of the time frame of which they have to operate. Okay, they have to start off at that age because by the time that the stuff happens, they have to be about 16 or 17. So if Daenerys isn't 12 or whatever, whenever all this stuff starts off, by the time she gets the crown, well, guess what? She's going to be like 50.
right. I mean, first off, I'm not going to argue that because that's a pure narrative perspective. Furthermore, like I will say in the movie or in the show, it was kind of obnoxious, by the way, that she was like 17 or 18. I can't remember which one she was in the show. Wasn't she in 17 in the show?
She's like 16, but yeah, no, I don't.
Okay,
I think
close
that was
enough.
A much
She would
more
have been,
rational choice.
but she would have been married by then in the medieval time period. She would have
No, not
already been
necessarily. First of
well
all-
welled
first of
off,
all, you're
unless she
not-
was
you're- that
she was a
not
princess. She
uncommon.
would have been married off.
But listen, that was not the norm.
And
okay?
even if she hold on, and even if she wasn't married off, she would have definitely been raped by then. So she definitely would not have been a virgin.
Ooh, rough take.
I mean, might be a rough take, but it is what it is.
Look, all right.
So
I don't know how much knowledge of history, but history wasn't defiling women as much as
I did not say that it was defiling women. I said that look at her. Look at her.
She was basically sheltered for like her entire life until she was sold to Drogo. This is where we're going to differ on the entire thing. There is a creative choice by George R.R. Martin to choose to have a 12-year-old be raped by a 35-year-old and then get into it. And that's a really, really, really horrible thing. That the one of the main early themes for this woman is to be a 12-year-old who gets sold to a fucking 300-pound linebacker and gets kicked down.
I actually completely agree. I agree, but at the same, like, I agree that it's fucked up to write in the story. Okay, like I agree with that. But
I mean,
my
should she be 16? Like, even if it makes it so much more acceptable for her to be 16. Even 16 and 30.
But actually, it was funny that Bearman Prophecy said what he said because that's what I was going to say is that incest was also a big deal back then too. So like you can't come in, all right, and add your like so again it's a fantasy based on
back then. you're sitting here saying all this. Oh, you can't put your morals. This book was not written in 1962.
I understand what we're
mean,
not
it wasn't
talking about when it was written. We're talking about the story. If you're just talking about when it was written in 19, I think it was 92. We just said, but
1992. So what was the
yeah,
average age? of
but
marriage in
hold on a
1992?
second. If you're just talking about when the book was written and not about the story, then as I said earlier, you have a point that is kind of creepy, right?
It's
But
beyond creepy.
But if you go in, if you look at it from a narrative perspective, it makes sense. Because back in the medieval period, your morals you have currently are kind of irrelevant.
Look, man, this is the thing.
So
when we're talking about when you're talking about any book written basically from the time that Doc was like 20.
you mean like 1672?
That would be the
So,
1500s, you fuckers.
All right, first of all, no, seriously, probably around the 60s. Okay, any book written by somebody who lived actively in the 60s will probably normalize somebody like 13 or 14 being married. Okay,
I want to.
but
Hold on. Can I point out something really quick before you continue?
Go ahead.
And it's this total side note. I'm actually against sex being written in books in general. I don't care if they're 30 or 47 or 13. I don't want sex being in my book. I want classy shit. I want the implication of it, not the explicit description of it. So from the very beginning, even despite everything that I said so far, that is my preference. So
the same argument I have right here is literally the exact same argument against cuties. Okay, so whenever somebody's sitting there saying, "All right, well, you're making this movie to be," first of all,
the Cuties was based in current world. Like that's the thing, though.
Yes,
that's the difference.
Hear me out. Wait. Obviously, that movie was not meant to be a
it's current world fantasy. You have current world fantasy. You have current world fantasy. It was, but you have current world fantasy, which is Cuties. I have videos on this calling it the same thing you just said. Okay, you have science fiction. Okay, fantasy like Star Trek or even bigger Star Wars. Okay, and then you have medieval fantasy, which is things like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones.
Calm down. You're not.
I'm just explaining my point of view before you get to it. Continue.
Wait, you don't know what my point is, so shh. What I'm saying here is the main problem that people have with Cuties is not the story. People didn't have a problem with the idea of a girl going and joining a twerking crew and then,
I agree.
That wasn't the point. The problem people had is the close-up shots of them twerking. The fucking like long parts where they're fucking shaking their ass and doing really inappropriate stuff. Like trying to sex the camera and shit like that. Like,
no, I agree 100%.
Some seriously fucked up shit in that movie. And the same thing I with that, which is like, why is that necessary? It's the same story. You could literally have the exact same story, take all of that unnecessary shit out, and you have nothing. You literally have nothing to complain about. Like, literally. There would be nothing to complain about if you just took out the nasty twerking parts. And it's
that and the close-ups. That's in the close-ups.
Yeah, you don't need any of that. And so if you were to tell here's the problem. The obvious thing about that, the thing that stands out, what is unnecessary there, that is the glowing.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? So what you're saying is, I'm just asking, I'm not trying to assume your position. So what you're saying is you think that the details. So you're saying the details that J.R.R. Tolkien used was unnecessary, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that the details that he used were indicative of something in him. The fact that he spent so much detail describing a 12-year-old getting wet for a 35-year-old is
Okay, you know what?
very
You know what?
indicative
Okay,
of the
okay, you know what? So here's what I'll say. Like, I think that's a little open for interpretation. I'll have to like probably, if you want, you can send me screen caps of the specific parts in the first book if I haven't, and maybe if I don't remember. But
Dude, just go
but
to the sections. The first, it's in the. There's like 2 chapters. They're both named Daenerys, and it's probably in the second one or the first one. It's her first
well, I don't.
interactions with Drogo.
But I'll have to go back and review it. But I
You
can
watch the
understand.
TV
I
show and
can.
imagine it as fucking. They're pretty much the first season of the TV show is almost word for word the first book. Like that's one.
What I'm saying is that I can understand your point of view and what you're trying to say. If I was writing it though, if it were me, okay, scratching him out of it entirely, and that was what I was trying to. I would try to go for the most edgy thing possible, just to piss
And-
people off. But at the same time, I can see why you would interpret that as indicative of otherwise horrible mental thought processes. So in other words,
Doc.
what I'm trying to
Mhm.
say is that I can see where you're coming from,
Yeah.
and I don't know which way it really goes because I don't really have any evidence other than what
Writer
you're
here. Hold on,
saying.
wait,
The
wait,
cringe,
Vlad.
it burns.
Well, no, it's not cringy. I'm not
Vlad.
I'm not debating him. I'm actually saying like he could be right. I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Pause for a second. Doc.
Yes,
You used to write erotica, correct?
I have.
Okay. So when you wrote erotica, you would write stuff that was stimulating to you specifically, right?
No, actually, I wrote erotica on demand. So whatever their fetish was, as long as it wasn't something that was morally objectionable to me, I'd write it. Like I would not write pedo stories. I'll tell you that shit for right now.
Again, it, like to me, it's kind of a gray area. Like, so I could justify writing it in that way, given that I'm writing medieval fantasy. I can see why. Like, I could sit there in my head and go, I can imagine her as being 18 years old, but write her as being 12. And then write it in that way because it's fitting to that medieval feel, right? But at the same time, I kind of get what hardcore is trying to say, which is that it may be just me, for example, applying what I would do onto or projecting what I would do onto that person, and then maybe he could actually just be a pedophile, and that I'm overcomplicating it. Which I kind of think is the summary of what hardcore is trying to say, which that could be that is equally possible, and I can't really say he's wrong on that accusation because I don't have any proof to support what I'm saying. So that's what I'm trying to say. And holy fuck, he left at the worst time.
I'd probably crashed out.
Like all I'm saying is, or I don't know, but I think I summed it up pretty well enough already. Like I don't know, like I just don't.
Vlad, stop being pedantic.
Hey,
I don't like jumping straight to fucking like extreme conclusions. I like to lead up to those so that I have a basis for it. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Addy.
Mhm.
Did you watch any of the Senate investigative committee on Jack Dorsey?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
What'd you think?
I think he needs to take a shower.
I think regardless of how hip he thinks he is, nose piercing just not working out for him.
He's also aging really, really poorly. He's aging like he's on meth.
Yeah, you'd think he would have just fermented that fucking beard of his.
Are we talking about Dorsey?
Yeah.
Okay, so first off, I have to say his beard is okay. If it wasn't for the fact that what Addy just said, which it looks like he's doing way too much drugs.
He was doing way too much drugs that day. He
Yeah,
was
like
out of it.
yeah, and actually in my stream, which I privated since, because it was just bad. Tell me it was bad, Addy, and tell me I'm wrong, or tell me I'm wrong. But the point is like, yeah, no, like Jack Dorsey, man, it was like looking at that guy. Like if you saw him down the street, you would think he was gonna pull out a vape pen and then tell you about how like, you know, imprisoning black people was wrong. Like this is the first thing that I think of when I look at his face.
He looked like a guy who didn't look like a billionaire.
Yeah, like I mean, like to be fair, his beard was pretty well groomed, but it was also very gray.
Yeah, like I'm
Like-
saying, man, just for men.
Like he's correct me if I'm wrong. He's not too far into his 30s, is he? Like I don't think he's even that old.
I don't know how old Jack Dorsey is.
He's like 44 or so.
Yeah, like he shouldn't be graying already.
He's not aged well.
Actually, yeah, no, actually, Addy is not that far off. He's 43. So, but yeah, no, like I don't know, like I don't think he should be aging like that already. You know, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, maybe it's bad genes.
I think it's the drugs.
Yeah, probably.
I can't say that it's not.
So you're saying he likes the drugs, but the drugs don't like him?
Nope. Yeah, it's a one-way street relationship. I don't know. I watched it and it was amazing how Ted Cruz legitimately tore him a new asshole.
Oh, the Ted Cruz part was definitely the highlight of the entire thing.
Oh, it was amazing. I laughed and I laughed, and it's really the way he answered the questions was like, I don't give a shit. I'm a billionaire anyway. He was kind of aloof.
He was off enough that he actually made the Facebook guy look close to human.
No, I don't know, man. Zuckerberg, I'm still not too sure he isn't AI.
Dude, the dude looks like Data. No joke, man.
He's yeah, I don't know. That's the first time that I'd actually physically seen Jack Dorsey, and I'm like, you got to be fucking shitting me. This is the guy who runs Twitter. That's just incomprehensible.
Right?
Inconceivable.
I was looking at that, and I mean, he had him
I gotta
dead.
pee.
I actually, I mean, he had him dead to rights because he really wasn't offering anything good. And I'm hoping that if Trump gets elected, that in his next term, he's going to start removing a lot of these free speech platforms and make them content providers. So they can do whatever the fuck they want, but I'm tired of watching places like Twitter and Facebook just completely fucking trample free speech. If they're gonna throttle one side, they gotta throttle the other.
I worry what's going to happen whenever it's not, us versus them all the time.
Yeah, and for my personal opinion, Jack Dorsey looks like he was in a failed Seattle band.
He definitely. He looks like a homeless gay guy.
Don't lay that on us.
Well, no, I mean in the sense that he really does look like he cares a lot about his personal stuff, like his looks and stuff, but he's just homeless. He can't get his shit together.
I can bet he spent more than $40 on his beard manicure.
For real, yeah. He spends like hundreds of dollars to maintain the homeless look.
Chicks in Seattle, they like hairy armpits and drug emaciated looking, whatever the fuck those are.
See, the worst thing about the current meta is the fact that all of the girls that I used to sleep with all the time are now politically on the opposite side of me.
Wait, hold on. Hardcore, did you hear what I said?
I didn't hear anything. My phone died, and I was running around trying to get my new other phone and all this other shit. So I'm on a complete different phone.
Well,
you're not repeating it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can repeat it as well as what I said earlier.
No. Well, I was saying, what I was talking about to talk about was I was like, it seems to me that whenever you're writing and whenever you're trying, especially in something that like, forgive me if I'm wrong, but like, let's say if you're writing like something that is more erotic or whatever, it seems to me like it would make more sense and be more stimulating to other people if it's stimulating to you.
You know, honestly, there's a formula for anything that you write, and the formula for a romance is similar to erotica, yet slightly different. Like science fiction is to action, or like a western compared to a cyberpunk story.
I think a really good example of what I'm talking about is 50 Shades of Grey. 50
Shades of Grey was a ripoff.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
It was originally Twilight fan fiction.
Yes.
Okay? So, but what it was a woman's fantasy about what she liked. It was translated into a BDSM thing, and people liked it so much she made billions of dollars. But the thing that people liked about it was it wasn't even really well written. It was the fact that it was what turned her on, translated onto the page, and that translated to other women turning them on.
Well, and the thing is that if you talk to anybody who's in that community, and this was one of Cadut's flashpoints, is that she did not represent the community well at all.
What, the erotic community?
Yeah, they were up in arms about how poorly they had been represented.
Well, fuck them. They need to get over it. Kadun is awesome. I have no tolerance for Kadun shit talking.
Well, you don't have to, but speaking for someone who was in the community themselves, she didn't find any joy in that, and neither did anybody else that I knew that was in the BDSM community.
Well, BDSM is such a weird, thing. And I don't mean it as in weird as in like shameful. I mean weird as in it comes from such a weird place that it's kind of it's more sad to me than anything else. It's like, okay, what happened to you that made this to where it's appealing to you? Because obviously you've been traumatized at some point.
Wait, hold on. No.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with beating a bitch. I don't need to be traumatized to think, hey, maybe I should beat a woman to death. Can we somebody please invite Bunny in? She's in the chat. Please, there's too many penises in this fucking voice call thing.
And good morning, Bunny. And SMG came back.
Oh yeah, get get us some Gino.
He knows where the door is. Bunny knows where the door is. If they want to
Get your
come on,
ass
they can
in
come
here,
on.
Guillermo.
What hardcore said. No, hardcore. Me and you need to come on one of my streams and just debate me.
Good luck with that.
Why?
I'm like the final boss of debating.
Yeah.
I'm the M Bison of fucking debating. I'm fucking Dagon. I'm
Says the guy talking into a Texas potato.
First of all, my Texas potato is an iPhone 11 Pro Max.
Yeah, it sounds like shit.
Only I don't know.
Am I wrong? Anyone?
I've never listened to anybody through shit.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You must be an expert on listening to shit. Yeah.
Dude, every time I poop, I have a conversation.
Is it revealing or is the talk?
Dude, it is the most glorious golden conversation ever. And speaking of shit like that, Tyro's asking if this is the final IRS.
Your
No, Tyro. You guys, Bastard B says debate in Knoxville.
And dear God.
I will debate in Knoxville. Let's do it.
No, actually, I put up a poll on Twitter to say, should I keep the IRS name or should I think of a new one?
I think you should think of a new one just because you got a bunch of cadoodle stuff all over the other stuff, and if you're trying to kind of transition from that, it'd be nice to.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at the screen, yeah, there's no cadet stuff up. So
let's talk about all the other stuff that you got.
What?
Don't you have like a file of like 30 gigabytes worth of fucking you and cadet propaganda?
Oh yeah, up in the poster room I do on the ward. But yeah. I'm not getting rid of those because I'm proud. That was some good compositing.
Yeah. I was just saying, trust it. It might be nice to.
And good morning to Tyro. One of Addie's favorite people to get cooking advice from.
What?
Wait, I've always said his rice stream was my favorite.
Yes, I know you did.
What's a Janny?
A what?
A Janny?
A Janie?
Yeah, JANNIES.
I don't know. What is it?
I don't know either. I'm apparently I'm looking at all the Discords that I'm on, and apparently there's one called Antrainfa. And I went and looked at the NSF part, and Jesus fucking Christ, man.
By the way, good morning to Tyro and good morning, Bastard Beast.
I have no clue what to even think of fucking some of this degeneracy. Who's Godo?
Fuck if I know.
I don't fucking know either. I'm out of this motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
Oh, so Tyro, as opposed to just coming on whenever you want to, you don't want to come on until the last IRS stream. So we took a vote, and I also took counsel from several people whose opinions that I trust, and we're gonna keep it named IRS, but. As you can see, the screen's kind of barren at this point. I gotta work up some new visuals.
So apparently, I'm still in Tyro's Discord. So here's Tyro's Discord, and it looks very boring. I don't see any links to porn anywhere, Tyro.
No, he posts all the waifu shit over in the ward.
Yeah, this whole entire thing. This is a little little clubhousey for me, Tyro. I don't like it. We're moving on to Penoid. Penoid.
Okay, so what makes that noise? My mic doesn't work.
Clash of State.
What?
That's Penoid's deal is called the Trashno State.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so I'm over in his. There's this gif of I forgot what her name is, but she's gorgeous. And she's got gigantic boobs. But there's this other girl who's got gigantic boobs too, and she like comes into the screen and like knocks the other girl at their fucking gigantic titties.
Okay, I guess that signals that we're close to ending soon.
Oh, really? I thought that was.
I was just going through other people's discords, man.
I just got my mic to work again.
Well, we can hear you.
No, it's fine.
All right, on a scale. All right, so we're going through the different discords, and on a scale of 1 to 10, as far as NSFW areas in Chesco, definitely Penoid's got a good area over here. There are some good-looking girls in this little area. We're gonna move on.
I was hoping that you weren't going to refer to the time when he showed his dick over on.
Oh, I didn't see the dick. It was nothing but big titty redheaded girls, so I was in heaven for a good minute there. I love me some redheads. This is
You.
Verescences or whatever from Twitter. This is her deal, and it's pretty boring.
Hey, yeah. We don't talk about the time he showed multiple pictures of his penis in gaming's Discord.
Really, in gaming's Discord, because that's definitely a rough crowd to be showing your dick in.
Hey, Doc, you have got to 9 watchers now.
No.
Yes.
And one of them is not me, I don't think. I'm not sure.
And that is solely because I'm here.
Well, yeah, you can go ahead and take credit for it. I don't care.
Totally doing that. How come Foul hasn't spoken like almost this entire time?
Because my mic was turned off. Because it shorted out, and I plugged it back in, but it for some reason wasn't picking it up on Discord.
Oh.
So
You didn't take me up on my offer on debating me.
So he was like talking this entire time, and we couldn't hear him. Great.
yeah,
Wow.
it wasn't
See,
that long.
you got ignored again. Like Jesus.
Wow, this thing is so old. One of the sections is "Are traps gay?"
Dear God.
Whoa, that's an old meme.
Well, some people are still fighting that feeling.
Who is still fighting that battle?
It's more than a feeling.
Depends on whose Discord you're in.
Wow, there's an actual fist in this guy's ass.
Tyro, why are you sharing porn on the back romantics when you have a girlfriend?
Pyro, you have bullshit.
Mm.
Your Twitter is boring. I mean, your Discord is boring. Do better. Do better.
Like, okay, like seriously, there's one. The last picture he posted was a picture of some chick naked, with a tattoo of ovaries, and I'm just like, really? That's like shaving my head bald and having a tattoo of my brain. Like what? That's so dumb.
That's pretty hardcore. I will say that. If you're gonna shave your head bald and then get a tattoo of your brain, that's pretty hardcore.
Okay, so apparently it comes mostly from his girlfriend. Okay, fine, fair. Oh, look, Tyro's in.
Okay, so let's see.
Good
The
morning,
first up,
Tyro.
let's see. Traps are not gay. That's the kind of on that.
Wait.
Layman proves that scientifically. So you're going up against science.
How are wait, hold on. I'm not.
Oh God,
we're
I'm
just
muting
not-
Well, I know
myself.
you're not asserting it. I'm just saying, I'm taking the hard stance. Traps are not gay.
Wait,
Science
all right,
proves
so
it.
how are traps not gay if they have penises?
Have you
Oh.
not heard of a feminine penis, my guy?
I've
We have to
never
start
heard-
with how we define trap, I suppose.
All right,
Yes. So the basic thing with a trap is you can prove it in any number of ways. One is you can do a percentage of the body because a trap is feminine for the rest of it. Then they have the penis. The penis is about 2% of the total body. So 98%
it's
of the
the
trap
most
is
important
feminine.
2% though.
So not gay. However, the argument that Dr. Lehman uses, which is considered the
wait,
definitive
hold on, wait.
settle.
Pause. Before we go any further, okay? You're using one-sided arguments, and I don't like it. So let's go to what percentage of the genitalia do we use to define straight?
To define what?
Straight. If I was sitting here and I was saying, okay, well, this person's gay, this person's straight, and you're saying, well, only 2% of this futa is a penis, thus it's not gay. Well, how much of the percentages was there before? Isn't it the same 2% for the vagina?
Oh no, a trap isn't trans. A
Hey,
trap
Doc,
is
Bunny wants in.
Oh, Hold on.
Traps are just boys, though, right?
Good morning,
Aren't
Bunny.
they just
right.
like
Trap.
gay
A
dudes who
trap.
just like girls?
So the definition of a trap, and I'm going to go with the classic 4chan one, since they're the ones who developed the term. So a trap is a boy who identifies as a boy, but is mistaken for a girl. And
Okay, wait. Hold on. I thought it was a boy that wanted to be a girl, but had a penis.
no, it's used these today. Like the definition has mutated through memetics, so it kind of includes that. So like Steins Gate has a boy who wants to be a girl, and they're considered a
Is
trap.
Blair White a trap?
Is Blair White a trap? No. Blair
No.
White is a trans woman or she-male. She-male is the other classic term.
Female. Wow.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, she still has the male genitals. doesn't
Yeah,
she?
you know.
Okay. So,
She-male.
that's-
It's she-male in the Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
Didn't she get the gaping scar surgery or whatever?
No, she has posted her video. She made a video on the topic saying that she does not plan to get bottom surgery.
Yeah, she okay, hold on guys. Hold on guys. Let's try not to talk over each other. Besides, that surgery is called a penectomy.
Okay. So I'm gonna help out hardcore here a little bit.
I thought it was called castration.
I just have to say this, and I know this is going to be like probably a mild hot take, but I cannot fuck a person that has a penis. Full stop.
Wow, you guys actually made Addie leave. See how you are.
We
By the
haven't
way,
established his premise yet. Because
all
apparently
right, pause. God damn. Good morning. Good morning, Best Remy. And good morning, Patrice Ripley.
He hasn't established his
Hey,
premise
Bunny,
yet
do you have a penis?
You guys actually made Addie
An
leave.
imaginary one.
That's rare.
Yes.
Wait,
Well,
so
if
how
Addie
big-
leaves, you're welcome.
How big is your imaginary penis?
Big enough for me to tell people to suck my giant imaginary cock.
Wait, Bunny! It's not imaginary. You've got several of them in your dresser.
Is it like
My
too big to fit in somebody's mouth, or is
It's
it
just
like,
a really large clit. That's all it is. to be
yeah,
honest.
is it like a really like eraser looking clit?
Ignore
Like-
Vlad. Ignore Vlad. It's more like a Q-tip.
Yeah. So bun.
It's not very long, but it's very thin.
Who has the bigger E penis, you or Weebo Jones, Bun?
Probably weeaboo.
So it's basically like a finger.
No.
Like a pinky?
How fucking skinny are your fingers?
I mean, I don't
When I
know.
say
Reflects his dick
when I said
size.
it's When I said it's basically like a Q-tip, and you
Oh
just
wow,
went,
wow. Oh, you meant really? I thought you meant like. Oh yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. So it's
it's not very
basically
long, but it's very thin.
Oh, this
very
is good.
thin.
We went from literary.
So wait,
From
so
literary
your
to
your clit, so your clit is literally a chode.
Hey, dog, help
No,
me! I feel
wait,
sexually
no.
harassed.
Wait a minute. I don't even know.
Like a hockey puck.
How are you referring to chode?
Nothing of a pud. Nothing of a pud.
Okay, because I don't think that means what you think it means.
Yeah, no,
No.
I was thinking of a pud. A pud is like a hockey puck.
God damn it, Tyro! Like really? Like more like weird pictures of women? Like really?
It's
Why?
Velma. It's
All right.
Velma. How that's
Velma?
practically normie.
First of all,
Is-
Velma,
is it?
everybody's weird think that Velma's like the most innocent of all the Scooby Doo gang, but for some reason everybody's turned her into a massive whore. Like,
Oh no, I don't think she's a massive whore. I think she is the shy bookish sort who hides massive sweater puppies in there, and yeah. So I would love to like
But-
cutely
but
pat her on
see-
the head.
Okay, Tyro, can we agree that the one with the pen is the hottest one of the photos you posted?
wait, where are these photos?
Yeah, I
Where are these
can
photos?
generally agree that of the three, the one with the pen is the most attractive. Yeah, she has she's pretty good, and yeah,
Where are these
she's doing a
photos
crossword puzzle. That's very sapio. That's very intelligent. Shows she's got brain. Hopefully, she has brains.
I'm missing these photos. Where are they at?
Backroom
It's
antics.
back romantics.
Okay.
It's where you're supposed to post porn and waifus.
Well,
Like so.
well,
posting
you
anything that would
you
freak
made
out
up
people.
that.
Talking about pussy boners.
Wait a minute. You made up that rule. That rule doesn't actually exist. That's not actually what the backroom antics is. But you know.
All right, Tyro, I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy.
Wait, is it supposed to
As
be
far as-
biohazardous waste?
As far as
No, biohazardous waste is for the really foul stuff like death and destruction.
Okay. Well, no, backroom antics is marked NSFW.
Yeah,
and people just start posting porn there. So I'm like, okay.
Well, Kadant set it up, and I don't think she would disagree with it. So neither
Oh,
shall
by
I.
the way, cheers.
All right, so
Nostrovia.
I
As far
agree.
as
I have
Velma
whiskey
photos-
too.
Nostrovia, salute.
as far as Velma pictures go, I'm gonna give that like a 4.
Well,
Yeah, I know. It's
I
just
saw the
one I have
Scooby-Doo
handy.
porn.
It's not my best. Oh no,
I-
I have better. I have vastly superior ones. I just don't have them handy on me.
Well, I saw the
Yeah.
Scooby Doo porn, and if everything is real in that, then she kind of favors the ladies.
Well, all right. So, in all fairness, if I'm looking for a Velma, I don't want her to be a traditionally hot girl dressed as Velma. I want her to be like a more nerdy looking girl with gigantic boobs and
Oh,
like,
okay. Like a girl next door.
yeah,
Like the one
yeah.
with the pin in the photograph that he posted.
No, the one
Okay.
with the pin. No, the one with the pin is the same as the one with the fucking hair. She's just different.
No, what? What? She has a pin. Hold on, she has a pin. She's
Same
doing
button.
what's
She
clearly
has a
like a
pin.
crossword puzzle. She has glasses. Hold on, she has glasses, which is auto hot, and she has
Pineapple pin.
Hold on. No, stop. She has a pig like fucking tail thing, which is great for the whole blow me grab. Like, what the
She's
fuck are you
super hot,
talking about?
But she's the same person as the second person, just different. Just like
Well, you know, no, she's not. She has her hair is different color. Her
I think
boobs
he's
are
arguing
bigger.
archetype. I think he's arguing that they belong to a similar archetype of general.
yeah, they're
look.
the same person. They're the same person.
You're arguing
Well,
details.
first
He's
of all,
arguing
let's-
broader concept.
Let's
Doc?
break it down.
Yes.
Her boobs aren't big enough.
Yes, buddy.
I have
Wait, weren't we
questions.
discussing traps?
I have 2 questions.
All right, go ahead and ask your 2 questions.
Okay. 1. Do you need
Wait a minute, you just roboted.
Cut out.
We lost you, Bunny.
Oh no.
Oh, my fucking internet. Okay. First.
Oh, come on, internet. Jesus Christ.
And you got it again.
My internet is trying to censor me. No.
She's trying to give us the information, the real knowledge, and the world won't let her.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
For
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Doc,
Absolutely not.
Vlad, shut the fuck up. Doc, do you need a beanie for winter? Because I will knit you one. And second, what are you drinking tonight?
Me?
Yes.
Blanton's.
Alright. Cheers.
Cheers.
Man, what does the internet have against beanies?
Okay, hold on. Side note. Total side note. Doc.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah,
I
you
said
didn't
this
answer the
before.
first one.
Oh, I've got this weird cap that has like the Saints fleur de lis on either side. It's got a mohawk, and then it's also a scarf, but you can put your hands in the end of it. So I have to say no, because I don't know what you call that fucking thing. No, I do not have a beanie, but yes, I do occasionally wear one.
Okay. I got, yes, you have one. You don't usually wear one, but if you need to, you have one.
I mean, if you want to make me one, I would be happy to accept.
You should knit a beanie for Tim Pool. See if you can get him to wear it.
I mean,
But,
Actually, I should. My
Any
beanies are amazing too.
But Doc,
I
Uh-huh.
want a beanie.
as I said, like, let me know when you can. I don't know if I've said this before, but I will pay you money for Blartons or whatever the fuck, just for me to try it, because that's unavailable in my area.
Hardcore,
So-
please mute yourself. Because
Yeah, we're getting
you're
some
echoing. You're echoing the rest of us.
Oh, my bad. Hold
But yeah, like
Thank you.
I'll pay for
on.
shipping.
Hold on.
Dude, Plantains is definitely the shit.
Yeah, I've never tried it. I'm willing to try it. I've spent more money to try new things. So the whole point is like, if you can get a hold of it, I'll reimburse and pay for shipping.
Well, that's the reason why we are going to drive down to Frankfurt.
I can't drive that far.
Well,
That's the
no,
whole point.
but what I'm saying is, we can't get it up here either, because they'll send like maybe a case to one place, and it's gone within the first hour. You can't reserve a bottle. You just have to be there when they crack the case. So I'm like,
Y'all
fuck
got-
that. I'll just go
Y'all
down.
wait till I'm on the road. I'll pick it up for y'all.
Yeah, just let me
Ooh.
know.
Oh, I just found out that my favorite brew. Yeah, I can't even say the word. And I never have been able to say that word. Brewery.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's close enough. Yeah.
Brewery.
See, you say it the same way that I would, and it doesn't.
No,
sound right.
there's no It's just brewery. It's brew with an
It's
RY.
Brewery.
No, it's just brewery. It has an RY at the end of the W. It's just brewery.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Brewery.
Quiet, Texan.
I say brewery.
It's
brewery.
Yeah, I
Who's
think
brewery?
it's
Three syllables.
ERY.
3 syllables. It's got 3.
Yeah,
Brewery.
it is the ERY at the end.
No, it doesn't.
Anyways, one of those, my favorite one, along with my favorite distillery, has collaborated and made a spritzer, which was amazing, by the way.
Wait, hold on. What's a splitzer?
Spritzer, not a splitzer.
Whatever.
God,
I'm
that
drunk.
sounds
It's a
like
wine.
something that
That's
could
like a
be.
wine thing, right? Spritzers, or it's like wine based.
Yeah, usually.
Okay.
But by the way, but by the way, just to help you out, the word brewery does have 3 syllables.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to confuse a foreigner.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, you don't have to work that hard. I'm Norwegian, I'm blonde, and I got brain
Yeah, I'm
damage.
surprised. I'm surprised you can even pronounce bunny.
Right?
All you have to
It's
do,
great that I can even say hi.
listen, bud. All you have to do if you want to fake being an American, all you have to do is say, "Don't you know?" at the end of them, and people will think you're from Wisconsin.
No, see, I don't want to sound like I'm from Wisconsin.
Or
Wisconsin's horrible.
Or wait a minute, you can take the urban Pinoid approach.
I see,
what I'm
I
saying?
already did that before I met you guys.
That's yeah, that's a good point. You can just go "I" at the end there. Everybody think you're hood.
Yeah.
Now what I mean?
Yeah. Come on, you guys.
Let's see.
So when we were in Kentucky, there
Oh
was
God, here we go.
there was these guys from Boston who blocked themselves out of their car and stuff. And he walks up to us and he's like, "Hey, you guys, could you come? You got any tools? You come and help us?" And we're like, "Yeah, sure, we'll come help you." And it's this dude and all these girls. And we spent like 30 minutes helping this dude get into his car. And it was like, it was really weird because like that accent is really, really unique. And I don't really understand where it comes from. You know what I'm talking about? It's like really hardcore Boston accent, like Mark Wahlberg type accent.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I didn't know people from Boston had such a hard time getting in cars.
I didn't know people from Boston
Had
were people.
cars.
Yeah,
No.
usually they're pretty fucking
having lived in
wicked.
Massachusetts, no, Massachusetts people are not really human. No, I'm glad I got out of there.
Actually, so I have a friend of mine that lives in Massachusetts, and he's from. Here's the funny part. He was born and raised in North Carolina, so imagine the culture shock.
Ugh. Yeah.
I have one question.
Massachusetts is just mean. New England, pretty much all New England and a good chunk of New York and Pennsylvania are just assholes.
Can we just call New England England and move on?
Very true. When we went to Philadelphia, those were the rudest fucking people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
You know what's
Pittsburgh
weird?
is also pretty bad. I've heard that like the center area when you get into like the T, that's okay. So like Bethlehem, Harrisburg, apparently those are okay.
Bethlehem.
Yeah,
Well-
Pittsburgh and Philly suck.
Well, do you guys
Really
want
bad.
to?
I have a question.
Do you guys
I
want
have
to
a
know
question.
something? Because in West Philadelphia, I was born and raised on the playground. It's where I spent most of my days.
What was the question, Bunny?
Why does hardcore sound like a stone Vlad?
What the fuck? That is insulting. I'm hurt.
Because
maybe because this is a stone Vlad.
Okay, I gotta go get
Oh
some
my god,
water. I'll be
mind
right back.
blown, Joker. Mind blown.
Yes.
because
Okay.
I'm the next level of Vlad.
Okay, so
Next level or lower level?
Actually, kill yourself. That's all I'm saying. But in a video game, in a video game, in a video game, in a video
Wait.
game.
Minecraft.
Me or someone else?
Minecraft.
Which one?
No love. No love at all.
I'm just gonna get some water and forget everything I just heard. I'm deeply offended. I'm hashtag triggered.
Oh no.
You're
You're literally
offended.
shaking.
You're offended.
Are you gonna hop into a car and start screaming in a TikTok video?
I'm gonna report Doc's channel.
please.
Oh
do.
no. No, hardcore. So you're clear on what a trap is. Like that's what started. That's what drove Addy away, and you're welcome, Doc, for doing that.
No, you. I'm gonna hear about it tomorrow.
I think your argument is that the concept behind traps are that you think it's a girl, so you're attracted to it, so thus you're not gay. Now, I think the other
Right.
side of the argument is if you do anything with said trap, then that kind of negates the initial attraction and the trappiness of the trap. You know, the actual deception. At the point where you've got a dick in your mouth, you're gay.
Oh yeah. No. Even Count Dankula has said, if you suck the trap's dick, that is gay. However, if you plow that trap's boy pussy from behind, and that's not gay because
An
that's
ass is
still
an
an
ass. It
asshole.
doesn't matter who it belongs to.
Yeah, you have to give to the trap. That's not gay. If you're receiving from the trap, that is gay. Yes.
I
So
think,
like
I think
with Low, for example, I give. I do not receive from Low. I strictly give. Like I ream out her throat. I bend her over.
Okay, we don't need the
I teach her.
wait.
I teach her butthole new dimensions with various toys and other things. So that is not gay.
Well,
For
see,
fuck's sake,
wait a minute.
come on,
No,
man. Jesus.
see, first of all, it's only gay if the balls touch, you look each
Right.
other in the eye,
Oh my
and
God.
afterwards you do not say no homo.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct. The
especially
balls
with
must
the
be
no-
touching for it to be gay. Yes.
God
the
damn it.
no is the most important part.
This is the worst time because I just grabbed my daughter's last birthday cake piece, and I come back and this is all I hear about.
Yes.
oh, that's
This is horrible.
That's just sad.
Well,
No,
This
it's just
makes,
sad.
this makes me think
It's
of
not
a
horrible, it's just
J.R.R.
sad.
Martin novel.
Yeah.
well, happy
Well,
birthday.
Waifu does not mind me being explicit about her love life. She
I'm
thinks it's
arguing
charming.
I'm arguing against Bun's point about an ass is an ass. An ass is not an ass. If that ass is covered in hair, it is not the same ass as an ass that's
It
not.
depends. Does it say yeehaw?
I mean,
If it's dude ass is not a girl ass.
Well,
Oh,
I mean, that's
Vlad,
the whole
you
thing
need
with
some jerky.
that's the whole thing with traps, though, is that genuinely speaking, when they are drawn, the ass of a trap is drawn as feminine in shape and dimension, including hairlessness too. Like if you look at porn of say Bridget, who is
Does it include butt
originator of the trope in many ways. Or you also have Astolfo, of course, who's another, probably the most famous trap is Astolfo from Fate and Apocrypha. I think that's the one with the pink hair. If you've seen a boy with pink hair that everyone sexualizes, that's Astolfo. In case you didn't know. Did you know that one of Charlemagne's knights was a trap? I didn't. No. History. It's fun. Full of all fun. Although they actually say, because Astolfo is one of Charlemagne's knights who went insane, they actually say that the reason he is a trap in Fate Apocrypha is because he's insane. Like
Actually,
basically
it's funny.
insanity led him to becoming a trap.
Actually, it's funny you used history there, and I hate it because I use history against homophobes. Because I just say like, what do you think about Alexander the Great? And it's just a great like trap discussion. Well, metaphorically, not literally. And because Alexander the Great was bi, he fucked dudes, and like every fucking homophobe on the planet like it freaks the fuck out when they figure that out.
He was like fucking 16 when he died, and
Who?
like
He was in his 30s.
what?
Yeah,
Alexander the Great was in his 30s.
he was young.
I think you're mixing him up
compared
with somebody else.
and he ate raw hash.
Maybe I was. Let me double check.
Yeah.
By the way,
Now, of course,
while you guys
Alexander-
were talking about that shit, I had to play the Hee Haw theme. So
Now, mind you, while Alexander the Great probably also had sex with children, so let's not bring that part back. That's bad.
well, he had.
I mean, I mean, it was common back then. But
Well-
let's not bring that
Well,
back.
dude, he had he was the one who instituted boy concubines because bringing females into battle or even close to battle, he looked.
You get it?
Very
concubines.
Yeah. Well, I mean, samurai did the same thing. I mean, male samurai had sex with boys. Sometimes they would have boys dressed as Shinto priestesses as traps, and samurai would come and ravish the boys. And they did that because they didn't want the girls to lose their virginity.
hold
So
on,
they
hold
gave
on.
them young boys instead.
We got to try.
Uh,
We got to come to a full stop for 20 seconds.
Hmm.
Remember earlier, when I mentioned that I was pretty sure that traps were dudes that try to be women, which is basically what you just described as a trap, right?
Okay.
So therefore, traps, are not as feminine as you described previously.
Wait, what do you? No, I'm talking about real life versus anime or fiction. But in real life, in real life, they would have the young boys. They would dress them as girls and have them essentially pretend to be shrine maidens.
Lady boy.
And then the male samurai, when they came to the shrine, all horny and stuff, looking for someone to rape, they would rape the boys. But the female, the actual shrine maidens, who were female, would be safely elsewhere and not raped. As a result.
Hold on. When people say when somebody says are traps gay, they're not talking about anime. They're talking about real life.
Oh, okay.
Traps are not gay.
I think.
Well, in real life,
there's so many different levels that you can say it is or isn't gay. Like if you're sitting here saying, okay, is it gay to be attracted to traps? Okay, well, are you being tricked at the time into believing that's a girl because it's a person deceiving you? Like, give you an example, James Charles. If you were to look at James Charles' face, just be aware of his face, you would think that was a girl's face.
Not
like
really.
When he had all his makeup.
No.
Yeah, if you were just to see the square of his face.
Features are way too sharp for a woman's face.
You'd be better served looking at one of trap. The best traps are generally Asian. There are
rounded faces, the rounded faces, the rounded.
Okay, I have to stop here.
I get what y'all are saying, but I'm talking about the plausible deniability of the whole thing.
Okay.
If you're sitting here talking about
problem is plausible deniability. Anybody can say that.
Vlad, let him finish before you interrupt.
The argument is there's some ugly women out there, right?
Yes.
And if you were to sit there and say, okay, well, you just take the square of this made up dude's face and be like, this is a woman. Tell other people this is a woman, and you're like, hey, is this a pretty girl? And the person looks at it and goes, oh, yeah, that's a pretty girl. That's not gay. But if you're balls deep in James Charles's ass, you are a gay man.
Look, anybody could fuck a dude, okay, when really drunk, and then claim, "Oh, I thought it was a chick." That's actually the fundamental issue that I have with that. I'm just saying, I'm not saying. I'm saying anybody can make that argument.
What are you doing with your life?
So how many times has that happened to you? I wonder.
Never. That's my point. Anybody could fuck a cross-dresser that's a dude. As a more specific example, okay, and then just come back and be like, "Oh, well, I didn't know because it was a dress." It's stupid. It's a stupid argument. That's one of the issues that I have with it. It's not a trap unless, oops, I shoved my wee-wee in some dude's bum, didn't realize.
So,
or if a cross-dresser gives you a blowjob and you thought it was a woman, does that make you gay? No, because you thought a woman was giving you a blowjob.
Okay, well, hold on. Okay, time out. What if you knew it was, if you knew it was a trap and you let them suck your dick anyway?
Well, I mean, it's a fair point. People debate this.
What was in your mind at the time? What was in your mind?
Okay, but it's still here's
you know what my point of view was. Okay, hold on, time out. My point of view was, hey, I'm getting my dick sucked for free. Woohoo!
Yeah, exactly.
My point of view is it's gay, irrelevant of what you thought at the time. No matter what you thought, it doesn't matter if you thought it was a girl or what. You could have thought it was a poodle. Doesn't matter. It's gay. All right.
Well, no, if you thought it was a poodle, that would be zoo. That would be.
Yeah,
you're definitely.
When you brought it up.
My point.
That's exactly why you brought it up.
But my point I'm making is even if you thought it was a girl at the time, it doesn't matter because you're still gay. I just cut it off right then. I don't give a fuck. There is no way you can convince me that I will ever be so drunk or fucked up that I wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay, so I mean, your argument is more like just as the matter of fact, like a guy sucked a man's dick. That is a gay act. That is a homosexual act. Therefore, it is gay. So
Yeah,
that's-
yeah,
Okay, I mean, that's,
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Like, if you just want to be gay, fine. I'm not going to sit there and say like, "Oh, gee, like you're a bad person because you're gay." Like, I'm just saying, like, own it.
Well,
yeah.
Like I said, it still goes back to the. It doesn't matter. If you're getting your dick sucked for free, that's
You're a
correct. That's yeah.
Yeah, and if that's your argument, fine. Like, I'm not gonna like if somebody sat there and told me like, look, I don't care. I got my dick sucked. I had the illusion of something that was like more within my line of being attractive. Fine. Like, if that was like where you were going with it, but like to me, like the word trap 9 times out of 10 is just some like gay dude trying to pretend to be straight.
Tyro, you're putting out too much information in the chat.
Not really. Lo and I have been pretty open about our sexual relations. Unfortunately, it looks like this year the stupid Wu flu, the Hong Kong flu-y thing means I don't get to see Lo this year. Like, she was supposed to be visiting me in actually now, yeah. Her original plan was she should have been in the States right now. So like I should be getting my dick sucked right now by Lo-Fi, and I'm not. And why? Because the goddamn communists couldn't keep a virus in their lab because their lab is defective, so they let the virus out. And I fucking hate it. It's like goddamn commies.
But all I'm saying is that like it just comes off 9 times out of 10 as a bunch of straight dudes like making excuses to their friends about why they got their dick sucked by a dude. That's all that comes off as to me.
I want to point out something from earlier, that if you have your dick in a poodle's ass, whether or not you're gay is probably the right thing for you.
It depends on whether or not.
No more bestiality. No.
Yeah. You don't want to get me started on bestiality. I will go all day.
Don't get him started.
Addy is here, which just makes it more fun for me.
I'm only here because Bunny specifically requested me. This whole stream is doing serious damage to my IQ.
You don't need an IQ. You're gay.
You didn't have to come back.
Addy, you don't need an IQ. You're gay.
Yeah. Well, the combined tisms of Vlad and myself.
You're just so much better than an IQ, apparently.
When did you first pick up on that, Vlad?
I don't know. Like probably around the time that you said I'm gay.
There we go. And just for you, Addy, I'm playing in the background the Golden Girls theme.
But if it makes you feel better, Addy, if it makes you feel better, I'm not the one that keeps bringing up bestiality. So far, it's all been hardcore this whole time.
First of all,
true.
I've not brought it up once. You've interpreted the things that I've said as bestiality because you.
No, you brought up.
No, actually, no, you did. No, you did bring it up once, and that's when I started to ask you if you wanted some jerky.
What?
So,
no, I meant in this stream. I meant in this stream specifically.
Yeah, it was in this stream specifically.
When I mentioned poodle,
I will say that Vlad told me that he doesn't eat anything unless he fucks it.
I mean, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much true. Yeah.
I feel like Vlad eats a lot of beef.
Which is really worrisome for a dog.
By the way, let me ask this, Tyro.
Dogs. It's okay.
Tyro, why did you post the state map?
What?
The
I
states
just
map.
thought it was interesting.
What?
Yeah. Well, that's honestly, Ohio is going to go Trump.
Yeah. Well, it's marked as going for Trump. Yeah.
Well, it's pink, so it's a kinda.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Why is
you are a battleground state.
Why is it every time when Missouri has a vote, it's always the number 10?
Missouri? What about? Oh,
that's how many electoral college votes.
That's the electoral vote.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, I know that, but what I'm saying is, it's like, for example, when you go with the popular vote last year, Trump won by like 10%. Like it's always the number 10. You know, like every time it's just
Because it's the same people voting.
That's not a 10%. Those 10 votes are like.
No, that's electoral college votes. I'm talking about a separate subject. I said when you go with the popular vote, like what last election, okay, like Trump won against in Missouri.
Oh.
Trump won over Hillary by 10%.
Oh, that's a
Tyro,
that's a
that's a
better
boy?
margin than he's going to get in Texas. Texas,
Well-
I think he's going to win us, but he's only going to be like 5 points, 4 points. It's dangerously close.
No, I'm
And
just
that- and-
complaining over the repetitious number 10 every election.
Well, they say 10 is the beginning and the end. It wraps back to 1. You know, it's the completion of the cycle. I don't know. I've been reading. I've been studying tarot for a story, so my head's filled with a whole bunch of zodiac garbage. Oh
That's
God,
really horrible.
Yeah, well, I'm a writer. You know, you gotta know your topic. I've got a character who's into that stuff, so I have to. So I'm reading up on it. Oh, it hurts a little bit.
Tyro, you're in Texas?
Yeah, I live in Texas. I live around Central.
Oh yeah.
Me too. Well, I live in East Texas. Do you feel like
okay.
we're contested right now?
Do I feel like what?
They keep on telling us that we're contested, like we're a battleground state. I don't feel like we're a battleground state.
I don't think we're battleground yet. I think we're approaching that status. I think 2022, 2024. Oh yeah, Texas is going to be a battleground because the demographic shift. Because we're getting so many Californians moving over here that unless we start executing them, like lining them against the walls and just being like, "Oh, you're from California," death sentence.
That's really weird.
No,
That's
no.
really
You're not
weird.
wait, you're not from Texas. You don't know what we're talking about.
No, it's really weird that Californians would move to Texas.
Oh no, it's not weird at all. We know,
No.
I live near Austin, so I know exactly why. Because a lot of the tech companies they hate the California rules, so they're coming over here to Texas, specifically Austin. Austin's concentrating a lot of them, and they're
By
bringing their
rules, you mean
California employees
oppression.
with them. And then the Californians vote for the same policies that made California a shithole. Now they're trying to make Texas a shithole. And the only solution, of course, is we got to round them up and we got to execute them. We got to genocide the Californians for the good of the country.
Catapults at the border.
In Minecraft.
No, impalement.
I agree with that too.
By the way,
But in Minecraft.
Did
No, not
anybody
Minecraft. Fuck that. Real life. Fuck 'em.
did anybody actually listen to Trump's last stumping speech?
No.
In Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one where he tore into the governor. He cut it short. I think it was like he only went on for a half hour. He normally does an hour, but they say he then went out into the audience, like the people that the governor wouldn't allow to see him. He actually went out into them. It was like, hey, so.
Well,
that was
yeah.
really nice.
Well, yeah, because they threatened police action. So
They threatened police action against the president.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know why he put up with it. Like, I don't know why he
Because-
didn't say, "I'm the president. Fuck you. I'm going to take your National Guard and shove them down your throat."
Yeah, because he basically their governor said, "Well, you can't hold a rally here because those are illegal." He's like, "Okay, I'll make it a protest." Well, no, because you're trying to disguise it, and we will shut you down. So they made everybody who had been waiting there the whole goddamn day to leave. But as soon as it got to like an hour before, anybody who stuck around, they're like, "No, come on in."
Yeah.
But the one thing that he said was, and it's the first time that I heard him say it, was that he was going to crack down on Antifa.
Thank God.
That he was going to disband Antifa.
Well, he knows who's funding it. Trump has already said, he knows who the funders are. He knows who the supporters are. He knows their network. We know how they're organized. They're infiltrated. We know the networks they use. They've gotten what they've been doing is every time they arrest them is they yank the cell phone, they clone the phones, and they're monitoring them on Telegram and the other messengers they use. So they've got a pretty good map of it. I don't know why he hasn't been cracking down on it now. Sure, it'd be nice, but he
Jurisdiction.
can do it.
Yeah.
It's all jurisdiction. Everything
Well,
has to do
but
with jurisdiction.
but here's the thing: if they are passing sensitive information across state lines, it becomes federal, and that's how these dumbasses are doing it. They're basically, and it's funny. One of the cops, it was hilarious as hell. He was, it was the Minnesota riots that they cracked down on, and he said 75% of the people that we arrested were from out of state.
Yeah. Well, we just have an instance of Portland Antifa just went up to Vancouver, Washington. It's happening right now. We've got shots fired. We've got bar fights breaking out, but they're from out of state. Trumpet Man from Portland. He went all the way to Louisville, Kentucky for the Breonna Taylor riot. He even announced that he was doing it. He made a big show of it. Like, hey, all these Portland guys, let's all go to Louisville and cause trouble. And they did. And we saw the central organization giving them support, like with the lady who does one of the bailout project. She got the U-Haul with tons of stuff, and it turns out, oh, hey, some of the people she's in this organization with, a couple of them are George Soros people as well, and that's where the money is coming from. Holy crap! It's like, yeah, and they have a very decently well organized central group with funding spread throughout the country on a local level through via NGOs. They're very unassuming until they get activated, kind of like it's very much like a terrorist cell, essentially. And it's been built for a number of years.
By the way, hold on a sec. Good morning, Michael Hatfield. Go ahead.
So there's a couple of things. First of all Antifa is their cells. They're not. There's no central government to Antifa. They have organizations, but their organizations are localized and they have groups and stuff. That being said, the biggest problem you have with a lot of this stuff is purely jurisdictional and money. You can sit there and say, all right, well, they're doing this across state line, but there's hundreds of these people. And the thing is like, to give you an example, in Portland, they're just letting them go.
Yeah.
So,
which they shouldn't be.
Well, so what you're saying is invade Portland. Got it.
Yeah. Well, no. What you do is you just get the state militia, because according to even what's his name? I can't remember his name now. Holiday. There we go. According to Holiday, they all kind of gather in a relatively small area. So you just get National Guard. You do a 2x2 row on the street, rifles, start firing. Just mow them down. Just leave bodies in the street. They're running, screaming. You cut them off. You shoot them too. So you can wipe them out pretty efficiently, like that. And
Jesus
just be like,
Christ.
this happens to you
You're
next time you do
way
this.
more radical
Looters
than
are
I
shot.
am.
Vandals are shot. Looters will be shot. Needs to come back with force. And that is one of the ways we need to deal with this. That's
We've overthrown a couple countries for doing that, so I don't know, be a bad precedent.
Yeah,
I know. We were wrong when we criticized them for it. I mean, France is learning the hard way that China had a really good idea when it came to locking up the Uyghurs, right? Because France is like, oh, yeah, we should have copied you, China, huh? Yeah.
I have a better idea. So what you do is you go in, okay, you kill a couple of them, whatever, fine. But the ones that are still alive, you impale them in the street.
Sounds good.
And then you just leave them there as a warning.
Always with the impalement with you.
I'm obsessed with impalement. I don't see how this is shocking.
I can't argue against impaling Antifa. I am all for this.
All right. But
there's
in
only
all
two
fairness-
forms of impalement that matter. There is the traditional impalement, and that is fucking chicks in the ass. Those are the two forms of impalement that I advocate.
Yeah.
Well, what about
And with Antifa,
the
you
third
don't wanna-
form?
What?
Well, what about the third form of impalement?
Don't.
Yes.
Mm.
You go to you get one of the massive bad dragon things and you shove it right up their ass.
Let's see. Well, where were we? I forgot. Oh yeah, correct. No, oh yeah, you were mentioning that they're very good. Antifa is very good at looking disorganized. I agree. Like you're
But no-
correct. It's mostly localized groups.
It is organized.
But what we know, what we know is that the local groups will have in them representatives from a national organization. There is a national structure that gives orders and moves things around. Like the Portland Antifa got moved to Louisville, Kentucky, and now they're in Vancouver, Washington. Like they're a group, and they got moved per the orders of a national structure. They're very careful about it. They hide them, but we
That's what
know
we call terrorism.
from observation. Like, so you have the green, the yellow, and the red. The red are I think the yellow are the naive ones. Those are like your local guys. Your red are the ones who beat stuff up and burn things down. And your greens, those are the people who get the orders from on high. There aren't many of them, and they're very good at hiding it. So they make you think that they are disorganized and just local, but there is a higher structure to it.
I mean, I definitely don't disagree with anything you're saying there, but I think that whenever we're talking about, first of all, I don't think it's as big as people make it out to be. Like it's kind of like the alt-right back in the day. Like 90% of the alt-right was just the media sitting there saying, "Oh, there's a bunch of alt-right," whereas there was like 7 of the dudes.
I would say there's more Antifa than alt-right. I think Antifa is bigger than the alt-right.
I have an argument here because hold on. I have a legitimate thing to say here, and I'm going to throw jokes out the window for like 20 seconds. Okay, because this is actually relatively important to me. So Antifa, although they may be small-ish, okay, they are bigger than the alt-right currently at the moment. Which I would make the argument that it is possible that if you got rid of Antifa, you would give rise to the alt-right, but that's a discussion for way later.
They're kind of dying.
That's a discussion for way later. Anyway, but the point that I'm trying to make here ultimately is the people within Antifa are also what you could argue is maybe people that are more radical variants of people that are associated with BLM. Right, and the fundamental issue here with people like Antifa is that they tend to be relatively effective at spreading their message, right? So when we're talking about getting rid of Antifa, we're not just talking about getting rid of Antifa as like an organization. It's also getting rid of Antifa, arguably, as an effective idea.
Yes,
because
that also has to be done. I agree with you. You have to first bust the organization because that's an active threat. I mean, the organization is actively burning people's homes down and threatening to murder people. Like we have it over in Boston, people being threatened personally. You had a case in Minnesota. Someone had an American flag out, so they burned their house down or tried to. So the organization's an active threat. The idea that undercuts it, I agree. You need to cut that down. So like the critical race theory, trying to shut that down, that's a nice step forward. It's not enough. A lot of this is K through 12. Your education system, you're got a lot of these teachers. I mean, you have the bike lock dude was a community college professor. You had one of the other women who attacked some guy. She taught, and I think in middle school or something. She was a middle school teacher. I mean, that's where they are. They're hidden in plain sight. They infiltrate certain groups, especially education, teaching your kids, radicalize them. In Austin, for example, we have an unschooling. I think Antonio Buehler, there we go, is his name. And he's an Antifa. He's a commie. He grooms kids to become communist radicals and holds that up as education. That's the kind of thing you need to crack down. Now, Buehler himself, I don't think he's out there throwing Molotovs, but he's instructing kids to do that. He's making kids sympathetic.
Well, yeah, but the other issue too is Antifa uses more popular movements like BLM to spread the looser variant of their message, and this is like one of the fundamental issues that I have with actually. So everybody tries to sit there and blame Antifa for all the chaos that's going on. And I actually blame the root of it, which is actually Black Lives Matter. I think Black Lives Matter is the fundamental problem, and as far as ideas go.
Well, wait a minute.
They radicalized.
Didn't you see the video footage from Pittsburgh where they were going to run a protest? And Black Lives Matter got into a fight with Antifa because they're like, no, you don't represent us, fuck off. So
Well, yeah. So,
they
that
went
is
ahead.
actually.
So they went ahead, and there were 2 separate marches.
Yeah. So that, I mean, that is true. But the thing
There
is,
is
though,
internal
is
division.
there's internal division, and there's also a thing called cognitive dissonance. So, like, the thing is like you have the people from Antifa. If you went into a Antifa member, okay, and you espoused ideas that are associated with Black Lives Matter, none of them would disagree with you. You go to Black Lives Matter and you bring up ideas that are identified usually by Antifa, then you would have some more division. And the fundamental reason for that is because really Antifa is just a more radical variant of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, BLM. Yeah.
No.
BLM are normies,
No.
more normie than Antifa.
No. All right. Wait. Yes. The second comment. Yes. The first.
That's what I'm saying.
No, because of the fact that they have different premises. Antifa is anarchist. They want, what anarchists want. But Black Lives Matter, they're racist. So whenever it comes down to it, if you're approaching
Wait,
them,
hold on. They're what? Sorry.
Racists.
Okay.
Yeah,
but my
BLM
point
are
is
racist.
that
I mean, yeah, they hate white people.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
With Antifa's stuff as a black person, they would agree with you. If you come to them as a white person, they're not going to agree to you. They only care about race. They are racist.
I don't know. If you were a white person, and went into Black Lives Matter and start talking about, Antifa, and start talking about the air quotes black struggles and the institutional air quotes institutional racism, Antifa would agree with you 100% regardless of your race.
And keep in mind, BLM, I think is about what 70% white or so, based on turnout. Like their main funding source are white suburban females, college educated females. So their BLM is actually a majority white movement. They use black people as essentially as figureheads to justify self hatred, but they are racist.
Yeah, and bear in mind, whenever I said Antifa, like my exact words were Antifa is a more extreme variant of Black Lives Matter. Like the reason I use that word, that wording is very specific. Is their root is a lot of the ideas within Black Lives Matter, and they just take all of those ideas to the utmost possible extreme.
Yeah,
But they're really not. Because at the end of the day, Antifa are anarchists. They don't want a government. Black Lives Matter are fucking black nationalists. They do want a government. They don't have.
Yes, but if you take it to its most logical extreme, if you take the air quotes institutional racism to the most logical extreme within Black Lives Matter's reasoning, you would get anarchy.
The thing is, the thing we learned from the KKK 1,000 years ago is that you cannot rationalize with racists. Racists will always make rational excuses for being racist. And the thing is that at the end of the day, it's never going to come down to the end result is not going to be a logical thing if it doesn't end with black people being on top. So all that stuff, all that communism stuff, it doesn't mean shit.
You can't argue with like a movement, but you can argue with like a certain person involved in the movement. That's completely different.
Yeah, one area I'll say, Vlad, I would change your proposition slightly. Antifa and BLM have the same root. They're not exactly the same because
that's what I was saying. So what I was saying was that BLM is the core of what where Antifa started, and then Antifa went and took their root and took it to the most philosophical extreme.
You're trying to say that Antifa is a logical conclusion of BLM. Not quite. There's overlap. Like if there's a Venn diagram, there's overlap between BLM and Antifa. They have commonalities, but they come from different areas of the same field, which is this mashup of Marxism and identity politics and postmodernism. If you listen to Accelerated Deconstruction on iRates, he actually differentiates between those three.
But I think those are logical conclusions of BLM's rhetoric.
The BLM is more on BLM favors identity politics and racial and race stuff. Whereas Antifa, like they say they want anarchy. One other point is like they say they're anarchists. They're not actually anarchists. They actually want they're fine with government that does what they want, which is totalitarianism. Like they want
they're
a government.
fascist.
Like they say abolish police, but they want to replace the police with a Stasi. Like with a KGB, with a community. When they say community policing, that's their code word for we are in charge. We get to shoot you if you disagree with us.
But yes,
We're
but
abolishing
to me, that's a logical conclusion from that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like if you start with an already extreme idea, and the already extreme idea being demolish the police force or defund the police, right? It is not far of a stretch to go from that to us having our mob justice in the way in which they do. I mean, this also would explain why it is so easy for Antifa to get more and more BLM members to join their fucking "Let's burn a building down."
But this is listen.
Wait,
there
hold
are
on.
two things here.
Hold on. Addy,
go ahead, Doc.
Addy, take a look in the general. I am daring. This is dedicated to all the French people out there.
Yes, you should put that up on screen. Get some death threats going.
So
let's see.
The thing I was going to say is that you need to understand the reality. When it comes to Black Lives Matter, there's two different things. There's the thing that they want and the things that they say. Okay, the things that they say is that they want to defund the police. They don't want to defund the police. They want a police that is black. And the thing is they don't want. They just want to have control. It's not really about
Every time you give a
stuff
black
that they
man
say.
a gun, that works out brilliantly.
Huh? But so my point is like it's not really about the stuff that they say. It's about them being in control, and it's almost the same thing with Antifa. But when they get into control, they're not going to have the same results. Whereas if BLM had their end result would be an ethno state. If Antifa were in control, it would be actual anarchy on the streets.
Yeah, the biggest difference is what BLM's main thing is race, Antifa's main thing is class.
So this is actually probably where the division is. So it doesn't actually jump immediately from Black Lives Matter to Antifa, which I guess is my fault here, but it actually jumps from Black Lives Matter, to organizations like the new Black Panther Party. And then Antifa. The new Black Panther Party is an ethno state that hates Jews, that hates white people, that wants a specific states to be black oriented, to school themselves, to police themselves, etc., etc., etc. They are basically exactly what the KKK was, but black. So essentially, like that, and then you go from that, and it transitions into Antifa. And then that's kind of like there is a transitional period here, is what I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, you can look up the new Black Panther Party any day of the week.
About the transitional deal, but I think what you're saying is like the difference between like an apple, an orange, and a pineapple. Okay, they're different things. They may be organizations, but like BLM is basically they are segregationists. They want an ethno state, so they're nationalist. Okay.
Well, see, and I don't even entirely agree with that. But
wait, hold on, guys. You got to stop walking over each other. Finish up, Hardcore.
The Black Panther Party are black supremacists. They believe that they're the same as the KKK, like white supremacists. They are actual supremacists. Whereas Antifa is they're anarcho-communists. So it's a actual political thing. It has nothing to do with race. And in fact, they kind of work against race as far as what they believe. Now, what they say and what they do are two totally different things. Because if you ever watch Antifa go out there, it's usually an alpha Chad standing in the back, pushing all the little weak white people to the front. So they are shields until somebody who is like a Proud Boy shows up, and then all girls get pushed in the front, right? And then the second a girl gets hit, all of those alpha dudes come from the front. I mean, from the back to the front.
Yeah, again, like what I'm trying to say isn't that they're all exactly identical. What I'm saying is they all stem from the same root ideas.
Right. They're
Like
all,
that-
and now BLM is also Marxist. Okay, Antifa
Yeah,
and
they all are
BLM
Marxist.
overlap most heavily because their dedication to Marxism. I would say what I think we're in agreement. I think we're just talking crosswise and we're repeating ourselves a lot. But yeah, basically BLM focuses on race, Antifa focuses on economics, and not every BLM person agrees with full blown socialism and communism. That they do believe in like reparations and stuff like that. Antifa believes most everything that BLM believes. But yeah, they also add more economic stuff as well because they're also self-hating. But I think Antifa though is perfectly willing to use BLM as a shield to set stuff on fire and leave BLM holding the check. But
Yeah.
that's what we saw in Minneapolis, where Antifa burned down Uncle Hugo's bookstore, and then they left, and they were like, "No, BLM did it." Yeah, totally. No, it was those white supremacists. Yeah.
Well, but
yeah.
But all I'm saying is, like, I'm not it's like I don't know where this idea came that I'm saying they're identical. Like, it's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying they all stem from the same root, which is BLM. Like, if you think about
BLM's not even the root though.
BLM is definitely not the root, buddy. Marxism is the root.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, but here's the thing: you don't have Marxism marches. Okay, so
yeah, but
so
it's like the concrete of the foundation of the house.
Yeah. Well, I think we're in agreement. I think we all agree that yes, these guys are all a bunch of filthy Marxists. They're all terrorists, and they should all be shot. So
what I'm saying is, if you get rid of
Black Lives not matter, just shoot them where they stand. Just
all I'm saying is, if
they're
you
white
get rid of Black Lives Matter as an idea, the rest, the other two factions, which is like the new Black Panther Party or Antifa, wouldn't have a leg to stand on. That's what I'm saying.
No,
they
not
would
at all.
find another cause. They would attach themselves to.
They would inevitably, but at the moment, no.
Yes,
No,
if you
that's
shut
completely
down
wrong.
BLM, you would get rid of one of Antifa's camouflages.
Okay.
Yes.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Because the thing is that first of all, as far as the Black Panther Party, you're not going to get rid of black supremacists by any means. They're always, unless they are the top dogs, they're not going to be happy.
But again, I'm referring to
This is why I stayed low profile after leaving the show.
So
I just didn't want to get involved in it. Everyone's insane right now, and everyone's ready to gun everyone down. There's extreme people, and all. Here, I'll say something Trump said, and everyone thought was crazy and irrational. But there are good and bad people on both sides.
There are bad people on both sides. But listen,
I will admit to becoming more hardcore in favor of violence because ever since like June, like those Floyd protests and all the bullshit that we have just seen from the left has definitely made me go.
I'll go on Twitter. I'll disagree with people on the left, and then I'll have people on the right come behind me, and I'll start disagreeing with them. It's the same will happen if I disagree with somebody on the right. Then the leftists will come by and yeah, all police are bastards. Well, hold on, slow down.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I don't think.
I think that both sides are just a little too crazy right now.
And that's another thing too. Yeah, that's another thing too. I will also stress that while I hate Antifa, I despise Antifa, and I despise BLM. I'm no fan of the cops either, because let's not forget that the militarization of police is a problem. The cops are not like Antifa sucks. The cops also suck. They just don't suck as hard as they do.
What are you even talking about? The militarization of the cops? Do you even know what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, like the literal the military hardware they have.
What military hardware?
Guns and shit.
Okay, so
your
point is that what do they usually use those things for?
The vehicles, the fusion centers. You have the increased monitoring and spying of of people. You have, well, I mean, for example,
Well,
you
the
have the
military. You're
assassination
talking
of
about the
Lim.
militarization. You're talking about militarization. Surveillance isn't militarization. We're talking about gear, correct?
What?
Guns, tanks.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You're separating surveillance from Last time I checked, intelligence is a military thing. So surveillance
Intelligence is everything.
militarization.
Intelligence is part of policing.
Yeah, but not to like the extent of like fusion centers and.
What do you mean to the
Anyway,
extent of fusion centers? Policing is policing. If you can bug somebody, you can have a fusion center.
oh, that's oof. Oh, that. Oh, okay. No.
Do you not believe it?
No.
Do you not believe in?
coming
Wow.
back.
So you don't
No,
believe in
dude,
bugging
no. Fusion
whatsoever?
centers violate so much privacy stuff. That is very different from a bug. A bug, you have to go through a warrant. There's oversight. There's checks and balances. Fusion centers are like, nope, screw your rights. We're just gonna keep track and monitor what you do, and we don't give a damn.
Why
It's
would
kind of like the same we see with the warrants they give to Google and stuff to
So how
like
do
get
you?
the metadata and stuff
Once
like that.
again, how do you justify prosecute? All right, so I need you to understand something. I have a degree in criminal justice, so I'm asking this from somebody who knows. I'm asking you, how do you prosecute somebody if you violate their rights?
How you prosecute somebody if you violate their rights? Well, ideally, the courts would throw it out.
They do. It's called fruit of the poisonous tree. Now, with
Right,
that being
except,
said,
unfortunately, as we saw with, say, Kamala Harris, they don't throw it out. Or as we actually also just saw with the feds, the
was
FBI,
what she did legal.
FBI didn't turn stuff over. The guy still went to jail, and the courts are like, sure. I mean, look at the
It's
Flynn
legal,
case, for
though.
example.
But
You know,
all of that
that's
was
a
legal,
great
though.
example of the courts screwing a guy over. Or the kid who went to Rikers like what was 2-3 years because of a backpack he never stole, but he got stuck in solitary and ended up committing suicide.
Every single day, people get fucked over by the courts, and every single day, people get rightfully convicted by the courts. What I'm saying is that what you're saying is that it's extraordinary for these people to have this technology. And what I'm asking you is, why is that extraordinary whenever their job is policing?
Okay, because let's see, hold on. Why is it extraordinary?
Yes, if you're trying to build a case against somebody, which means everything you're doing is on the record.
Well, I mean, it's a complicated thing because that's more of an American thing than anything else. I mean, other countries, we wouldn't have that privacy rate, but
That's true. I mean, look at Australia. I mean, Australia's
it's how
gone
much
full
you value it.
with the way they've locked down Victoria, Australia. I mean, it's lunacy.
But
the cops there deserve to get shot for what they're doing.
They're not sitting out on fucking Main Street listening to your phone calls. They use that stuff for specific reasons, just like the tanks. You're saying like what irritates this it's people sitting there pointing at fucking tanks that they use for battering rams and going, "Well, they shouldn't have tanks." Well, what the fuck do you think they're not blowing up people's houses?
Wait, hold on. They're not blowing up, except when they do.
Joker,
Yeah, no,
you're breathing heavy.
Yeah.
When have they blown up somebody's house?
Okay, look, I'm just gonna say this right now, and this is my point of view.
The 70s.
I'm gonna get very direct, very quick. Look, here's the thing. Okay, first and foremost, typically overall, 9 times out of 10, the police don't do anything really that one could justify as an overreach of police authority. Secondarily, more than that, and this is a very big point here, and I hate to sound like a boomer, but if you're not breaking the law in the first place, you shouldn't have anything really to worry about. You shouldn't 9 times out of 10 having, you shouldn't 9 times out of 9 times out of 10, the police don't just show up at your house with a fucking tank and blow up your fucking house just because they're bored.
It's so fucking true. And whenever you do hear stories about that, 9 times out of 10, it's absolute bullshit. like Breonna Taylor's fucking. Oh, she was just laying in her bed being an
Thank
EMT.
you.
Sure. Okay, yes. The Breonna Taylor case is bullshit. But then you also have Eric Gardner. You do have Castillo, and you got Duncan Lemp, and you do have plenty of examples where the cops have
like
fucked up.
3 people.
Or shooting dogs for no reason.
You
Throwing
know how many
flashbang at baby
police
cribs.
interactions there
Yeah,
are?
yeah,
a day?
there are hundreds of thousands. Look, and as far as like fatal police incidents, you're talking like 1,000 plus or minus a year. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
That-
Well, it's not even just fatal incidents. It's also incidents where, like, we just had a case. Let's see, over in Cedar Park. A guy, he never raped anybody, but the cops colluded to hide the evidence. He ended up getting convicted, and the people who did it, who screwed him over, yeah, they're not facing any consequences for their
Okay,
actions.
cool. In my town, there was a guy that whose Alzheimer's fucking wife called the police and said that he was beating her, and then the cops beat the fuck out of him. You know how often that actually happened where I grew up at? You do want to know? That was the first time in literally ever.
How far are you from Waxahachie?
What?
I said Tyra.
Say again.
How far are you from Waxahachie? Waxahachie, the town of Waxahachie.
Can you type that in the chat?
You've never heard of Waxahachie?
Not ringing a bell.
It's south of Dallas. Do you know where Ellis County is?
Ellis County, no. I don't know the Dallas area. I don't go up there.
So directly south of Dallas, the county south of Dallas, directly, is Ellis. Okay. The county sheriff of Ellis County was kicked out of office because he got into a fight in a Whataburger.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. That's a good thing. Yes.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that, well, I was just telling you because you're from Texas. But my point is that there's a lot of accountability for policing. There's a lot of, it's not ever really a situation to where, for every one situation where it's like, oh yeah, he got fucked over and the cops got away with it. Well, what was the evidence against them? You have so many different levels to prosecuting cops, and most of them are just people who aren't willing to convict a police officer. You sit there, you have the prosecutor go and convict him. You have the entire trial. They spend all the money to have him go to court and all this other stuff, and then they let him off. And then people act like it's the court or the police or somebody else's problem whenever a jury of their peers refuse to have a cop be arrested.
Well, it's not. Well, there's more to it than that too. Like we have situations like with George Floyd, right, where they're being prosecuted right now. The cops involved for murder, right?
Yeah,
and then finally, and then finally, when the evidence came out with the body cams, it came out that it was a lot more complicated than that. So now they might actually get off the hook because all the people freaked the fuck out, me included, to be 100% honest. But freaked the fuck out and didn't wait for further evidence, and now they're going to get off the hook, and then 90% of the population now is going to be like, "Oh, police conspiracy."
No, and you're absolutely right.
I do want to emphasize here too. Like, I'm not like when it comes to like the Chauvin case. Like, no, I don't. I mean, Chauvin. Left his knee on a little bit long, but the dude already had a fatal dose of fentanyl in his system. That's probably what killed him. I know the ME kind of hedged his bets on it, saying, "Oh, this was a fatal dose," but I don't think it killed him. Well, you just called it a fatal dose. What the hell, man? It's like, so no, I'm not, and I'm also not saying like I want to defund the police or eliminate the police. I'm not a radical like that. I do, however, support. For example, cops should not be revenue generators.
I agree.
Having cops do revenue generation is stupid. That needs to be eliminated.
Okay, so can you explain what you mean by that?
Traffic stops.
For example, traffic stops. Like the things where they basically shake you down to see if they can give you a fine or a ticket or something like that. Because they got a quota.
I know exactly what you mean because that's what my small town is known for.
Yeah.
Like everyone that knows this little town, they call it a traffic what do they call it? A speed trap.
Yeah.
Because
I ran into one of those.
But seriously, speed traps are gay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Speed traps are gay.
I have a solution. I have a solution. Don't speed.
Well, no. Speed traps are designed so that if you're not speeding, that you still run afoul of them because they are designed to trip you up. Like
Yeah,
they turn. It's a way to turn law-abiding citizens into criminals. And there's a
Quotas
big
by
problem.
themselves are unconstitutional. I mean, you're literally saying you must go and find this much crime in a place.
Yes.
That's basically saying there must be that much crime there, so thus you must.
Okay, so as far as I understood, a speed trap was just a cop camping in a specific location.
No,
and then waiting for somebody to speed.
It's really high and then it drops really low all of a sudden. And if you're not really familiar with the area, then
it's an artificial. It's a way to say, so you're doing 70 on a highway. That seems reasonable. Now all of a sudden the speed changes to 50 with no warning, and the instant you cross that sign, the cop stops you and gives you a ticket because you're speeding 20 miles an hour before you can even slow down. So
Similarly to a police officer hanging out by a bar kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I
yes and
guess.
No. Yes and no, because the public
similar.
has this, well, it's similar, but the only reason it's different is because the public has deemed drunk driving to be so egregious that it becomes a thing. Now, back in the 60s, if you were doing that, it would be 100% the same thing.
Yeah. But yeah, so do you and I agree then that revenue generation and stuff and quotas, those are bad hardcore?
I am the biggest advocate of anti-revenue generation as far as I do not.
Another one that I'm also opposed to, victimless crime. I don't think there should be victimless crime. Legalize every drug. I should be able to defend my marijuana opium den, marijuana and opium den with an AK-47. And invest in the ownership of a collectively owned private nuke.
Go to Walmart and buy meth.
Yeah.
So no, no, and no.
Actually, so here's the thing. I actually agree with Tyro for one really good reason.
Are also ludicrous.
Actually, I don't care about anything other than capitalism, even at the deaths of others. I don't care.
And narco.
Like, if I know that a person can go and buy like $300 worth of meth just to go home and overdose on purpose, I don't care if that's $300.
Yeah, but so let me explain to you.
Go to McDonald's and get your McCoke.
The rationalization behind drug laws, besides pot, which I'm really against pot drug laws.
It's mostly revenue generation, isn't it?
No.
But I mean, prison pipeline.
Most of the beginning of the drug laws go back to the Harrison Crime Act, probably in the 1920s, back with heroin and laudanum and opium-based drugs. Then that was derivative of the pure food and
under Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah. And so what that came from is because there was a bunch of medicine men running around giving people fake medicines and giving them
snake oil,
yeah. And so basically after that, you had opium, and then you had heroin, and then you had crack in the 80s. Now, if you look at the advent of crack and then the rise of property crime afterwards, they are directly correlated. And so,
okay, so you stop the property crime. I mean, and also
listen. So once again, do you think that copper theft should be a felony?
Well, theft, yes, theft is bad. I mean, murder and theft are the core two bad things.
No. Petty theft should be the death sentence.
Yeah, looting. That's why I say shoot looters on site. Theft is bad.
Drugs are okay, but stealing is should be a capital crime.
So here, yes.
So
here's
murder and
why.
theft are the two worst. Are basically the two worst things. I mean, all other crime, all other legitimate forms of crime are derived from either murder or theft. Rape is a type of murder because it's a violation of your body. All the time vandalism is a type of theft.
I think when you're saying, I think you could argue that it's either murder, theft, or assault.
Okay, sure. I mean, I treat assault as a type of attempted murder, but okay, sure, fine. Okay.
But so here's the thing with theft, right? So I know like you're trying to develop or create this correlation between drug use and theft, which I would not contest that it exists. But
There
at
is
the
a
same-
correlation between
Yeah.
meth use and theft.
I bet. But what I will say though, with that said, is that you can go home in the privacy of your own home and by yourself and do all the meth on the planet that you want to do, right? But theft, on the other hand, takes several.
How many methods do you know?
I know a lot. I live in a town that's crammed with them.
How many do you know? How many did you know before they were methods?
Well, hold on a minute. But at the same time, okay, actually going out of your way to actually steal from somebody takes a few extra steps.
By the way, did you read what Addy put in general? He said, "I just left because you're boring as fuck."
Yeah,
Addy, this is exciting radio. You have no taste. Your taste sucks, Addy, and we're happy you left. You brought nothing to the table.
And also hardcore. Most of the people that I met before they became meth heads were either A, pathological liars, or thieves, or both.
So
So
they're already bad. So that's
Yeah, remember that people turn to drugs usually for reasons. I mean, Ron Paul's.
I actually don't agree with that at all because I happened to have a situation where when I was like 15-ish, everybody who I knew got hooked on meth. And it wasn't one of those things where they were bad people. They were just poor.
Yeah.
And that was, I remember my friend.
Being poor is, despair and feeling dead end.
Listen, let me finish.
Sure.
In rural, probably better than anybody. Out here in rural Texas, meth is really bad. Like any place where you have it available, it's going to be bad. And at the end of the street, there was a dope dealer. Okay. So I remember my buddy, he was my best friend at the time. He was a big old stoner. And I remember him coming to me and being like, I'm not going to smoke pot anymore. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, what in the fucking world could ever have happened that would make him stop smoking pot? Because we're big old fucking stoners, you know?
Right.
And it was meth. And so such a drastic personality change. Because I've known a bunch of people who were on meth. And I remember being so naive about it. Because I didn't know what meth was. I didn't know what drugs were. I barely smoked pot, hardly at all at this point. And what it does is it takes away that thing that makes you not want to steal from your family. It takes away that thing that stops you from doing things that you don't want to do and looking at people who are in your life as your friends, as your friends.
Wait.
Well, you're still.
Hold on.
I can already refute much of what you're saying. I'm letting you continue since you're setting it up. But the counter argument to what you're saying, it's already applying to your case. But, I mean, you can keep going.
Yeah,
if you will.
like I've met a lot of potheads that would steal from that stole from their friends. I had a couple that stole from me.
Yeah,
Like-
but no amount of pot is going to make a person who wasn't predisposed to do that do that.
Well, no
If
amount of
you- if
drugs,
you are a very-
would
yes,
ever do
that's
that.
not true.
But it's absolutely true.
100%. No, dude, there is a certain point because of what it does to your brain that you will steal from anyone.
No, so I
Because
think
it takes away.
So I understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna say like I think the root cause isn't the drug. I think it's the lack of discipline. Personally,
No, it's the drug, man. I'm
No,
telling you, it's 100. As somebody who has basically a PhD in this, I will tell you this. Okay, it is 100% the drug.
oh, hold on a minute.
And you're
Well,
wrong. So the drug is not the cause. The drug is the symptom. The person who takes the drug seeks escape. We already know this from the psychological models. If you put a mouse in a cage and all they've got is a bottle of crack, yeah, they'll get addicted to crack. If you have the same crack available, but the mouse has socialization available and is relatively well adjusted, they will not become addicted. They will try and be like, and then leave. Same addictive property, but
That's
it will
not
be
true at
different.
all.
The drug is not the
Where are you
active
getting this
agent here.
bullshit science
Also,
from?
where you're,
Where are you getting this bullshit science from?
It's literally the canon text on
How
drug
do
use.
rich?
Dude.
How do rich people become drug addicts?
Okay, so can I
Anyway,
hold on,
because rich people can be miserable too. What leads people generally to escapism, and it's not just drug use; it can be other forms too. Food,
Then why
video game
is
addiction.
anybody not a drug? Why am I not a drug addict?
Hold-
By every
hold on.
metric.
But food addiction, video game addiction, internet addiction, these things can also arise. Alcohol addiction too can also arise from the similar cause as drug addiction, which is
Why
fundamental
is there
unhappiness.
so? Wait, you are totally. This is what's so annoying about what you're doing right now is because you're denying the reality of everything that we know about meth. There are literally laws, new laws that have been designed because meth heads are the way they are.
Okay,
That's
so
why
so
we're
can
talking
I?
about copper theft.
Well, I
They
want to help
literally
with
had to
this
make
for a
copper
second.
theft.
By the way,
They had to make
I'm going to
copper
give you
theft,
guys.
I'm telling you.
I'm going to give you guys
You're
about
making-
another 10 minutes, and then we're probably going to start to
Well,
wrap.
can I just say this real quick? So
You
I
never
just
say
this really
anything real quick, but go ahead.
Yeah, please go, Vlad. Yeah, go.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I get what Hardcore is trying to say. He's trying to say that the addictive properties of meth leads one to be so
not
addicted.
That's heroin. No, that's heroin. You're thinking.
Wait, you're saying meth isn't addictive?
No, I'm saying meth is addictive, but the addictive properties of meth are not what make people steal. When you're talking about heroin, that's what makes heroin addicts steal. With
no.
meth, it is a literal. Like, all right, do you know anything about Freudian psychology?
Okay, first off, you ruined it when you said Freudian. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
No,
'Cause we're
but
talking about chemical,
giving
like
you
brain chemistry here.
Yeah, we're talking about neurology.
And Freud was a cocaine
I'm
addict.
talking about. First of all, it's the basics of all fucking.
This is the
psychology,
same. This
so
is the same guy that said that fucking sons
So
want to fuck
you
their
know-
moms.
There's nobody in psychology that takes Freud seriously anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
I
because
understand
sometimes
all
a
of these
cigar
things.
is just a cigar.
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Look,
Hardcore. Let me finish my
I'm aware
long
of all of these
point.
things. Well, let me finish what I'm saying real quick. It's just a quick.
Sure.
Y'all are aware of Freudian psychology. Y'all know that he separated the consciousness into three different parts: the id, the ego, and the superego.
All right. Been like nobody.
No, but hush. Let me finish what I'm saying. So you know what the superego is, right?
Right.
That's your morality and all that other stuff.
Yeah, the manager.
My point is that meth takes that away from you. That whole entire consciousness.
Addiction in general takes that away from you.
Dude, there's tons of people who are addicted to fucking a lot of stuff who wouldn't rob their parents.
Every one of them would if they were desperate enough for their fix.
No.
Yeah, the desperation for the fix is generally what leads to the crime. Now, however, here's the thing that you are ignoring. Okay, so meth is illegal. So that means meth right now is produced by people who have no training in it, who have no interest in ensuring a stable customer base. They have no reason to make a product that is safe or measured or tested. So
Cigarette.
because of the laws against drugs,
Cigarette.
meth, like other drugs, is essentially a crapshoot. It can be cut with rat poison,
Cig-
like many other drugs are. So
cigarette.
by criminalizing the drug, you lead
Cigarette.
to, you create drugs that are more harmful to
Are you
the brain and
comparing
cause
meth to
exactly that
cigarettes?
reaction. So what you're
Cigarette.
describing, what you are describing as the problem that meth causes in people to steal is actually causally
Cigarette.
caused by the laws against drugs to begin with. So you're describing a consequence of the drug laws.
Cigarette.
Are you comparing meth to cigarettes right now?
No, I'm arguing that the argument that
Nicotine is the
legalizing
most
it is
addictive
going to.
drug.
No. Okay, I
Like
don't
chemical.
actually don't. I actually don't know as far as that goes. It seems like
Cigarettes
heroin
are
would
the
be,
most
but I don't know.
cigarettes are the most habit forming drug,
Yeah,
but the one of the
So
most
the argument, but your
but they're not
argument,
addicting. There's a
but
clear
his
distinction in
argument, but
psychology
his
between the two,
argument
or
was
No,
neurology.
is that
nicotine is chemically
legalizing
addictive.
things is going to make it better.
No.
And my argument is that the lore of cigarettes proves you incredibly wrong. That throughout history, they've literally done the exact opposite of that. They've made it more addictive. They put more crap into it in order to get more people hooked on cigarettes. So
Okay.
no, I
They
don't
made
think
them better. We
legalization
get
is
that.
going to make things better.
Except the history of cigarettes also shows that if education and knowledge about the problem
How
actually
many people
that's why
rob
cigarette
their
smoking
parents
rates
for
are lower
cigarettes?
now than they were.
Yes,
It's
I
not
have.
just because of all the taxes
They
and
rob
stuff.
their
It's also
parents' cigarettes.
as
Yeah.
Ron Paul's famous quote applies here. If heroin was legal tomorrow, how many people here would do heroin? No one, because we know it's bad for us. Same
Okay,
with
so
That's
meth.
not true
Tyro.
at all.
Okay, so a side note here.
Opium was legal at some point. Guess how many people did opium? The same amount of people who fucking do heroin now.
But Tyro, I gotta
The
say
laws are
something.
completely ineffective.
S-
Thank you
Tyro,
for making my argument.
Tyro, I gotta make a really good point here, real quick. Okay, Tyro.
Sure, go ahead.
And I have to say this because you keep throwing this word around. Okay, addiction.
Which one?
Addiction specifically, or addictive. Okay, that word is very specific. What you're talking about is basically neurological brain damage, which is what addiction actually is. So addiction specifically, in order to actually have an addiction, you must have withdrawals that are on par with like actually coming close to death. Okay, so like if some
Where is this coming from?
look it up. Like look at addiction. So like alcohol can cause
People are
potential
addicted
withdrawals.
to internet all the time.
That's true. Yeah, I mean,
But no, that's not addiction. That is dependency. There's a clear distinction between dependency and addiction. That's why whenever you look in the DSM, it doesn't have marijuana addiction disorder. It has marijuana dependency disorder. The reason you can't become dependent upon marijuana is because you don't have any severe withdrawals. Whereas with with cigarettes, whereas with alcohol, methamphetamines, heroin, you do have actually severe withdrawals that come with just abruptly stopping them. Same with just amphetamines, like fucking I don't know, Risperdal. Or not Risperdal, sorry.
Marijuana, LSD, ecstasy, and shrooms, I believe, are four of the mind-altering drugs that have no addictive properties. In other words, they don't, like, you take LSD, you are not then driven to take more of it, whereas cocaine screws with your brain chemistry such that you are compelled to take more because it resets what your normal is.
Yeah,
same with meth, same with crack, and so on. Yes.
Yeah, new normal is what I was meaning to go at too. Yeah.
And that is,
How much
and
is
like
that is-
nicotine
how
does
much
that
that-
is really nasty about that too. Like it's a tough one to. That one's the
No, nicotine. So the problem with nicotine is very interesting. It's actually nicotine and caffeine are very similar chemically in the brain. And the reason why, and what I mean by that is they both cause a heavy amount of dependence, but there is no risk of dying from withdrawal from either one. It's not to say that your brain's not going to screech like, give me this thing.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
But the point is that's not withdrawal. Withdrawal is characterized by night sweats, shaking, even seizures. Okay, so like these are very specific things in neurology. So whenever people just throw around addiction, it kind of gets under my skin. It's like when people say antisocial. Antisocial is a very specific terminology.
Oh god.
You
Yeah.
know,
That was kind of like
think you
Peterson
mean
had a.
don't like people.
That's not what antisocial means at all.
Yeah, it is kind of like how Peterson had a benzene. I think it was benzoate, or I forgot the name of the compound, but he had an addiction to it, where like they literally had to put him in a
benzos,
coma.
Yeah.
Because the withdrawal was so bad that they had to put him in a coma just so he'd get through the worst of it because it was so bad.
What pissed me off about that particular thing was he hospitalized himself because he realized he was getting addicted to it, and they treated him like he was a fucking junkie.
But he effectively was though, like not by circumstance.
Yeah, he had become one. By the time they caught it, he was already addicted, and it's just withdrawal from it is just super terrible.
This is the same shit that killed the lead singer of Soundgarden.
I thought he
Like-
killed himself.
No, he. So basically, the lead singer of Soundgarden had this. Basically, had a serious drug addiction issue. He actually broke his arm on stage, and then they ended up prescribing him some narcotics for it, and ultimately, and I can't remember what narcotic it was specifically, but it wasn't like the typical stuff. It wasn't like, like oxys or anything like that. And anyway, so what happened was he kept getting re-upped on that prescription, and then what started off as like a couple pills a day. Yeah, Chris Cornell, thank you, Bastard Beast. What started off as a couple pills a day turned into 20, then 30, then like over 100 a day. He basically just died of an overdose, essentially as a result of him just whatever. And then what ended up happening was, by the end of it, he went and messaged some friends of his, hey, I think I've relapsed. And everybody straight up ignored him. So if you want to talk about celebrities having lows in their life, this is where it gets into that. And then, yeah, he ended up just taking like a fucking 100 of them, and
Is that
was
why
done.
Chester killed himself?
Huh?
That's part of it. He also took a lot of I can't remember what antidepressant he was on, but he took more than he should have, and they're not happy pills. And a lot of people just think, oh well, if I take 2 of them, I'll feel really happy, and it just makes you
It
anxious.
doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Well, when I say he did kill himself, but there was an addiction property to that suicide, and that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just like he woke up one day, I'm gonna shoot myself. Like, it wasn't impulsive. It was.
Well, I think that the whole Chester thing was definitely unforgivable, and I don't
Chester's
know really.
a different story.
Yeah, I don't really know how much that had to do with Chris Cornell, because they were saying that they might have been murdered or some stupid shit like that. And it's just like, all right, I want to give it credence because it makes more sense than a father of 5 killing himself, but I don't know.
So Chris Cornell and Chester were best friends. And the thing was, if I remember correctly, whenever Chester killed himself, it was on like the anniversary of Chris Cornell's death or his birthday or something like that.
So like that.
And he just got really like fucked up on that day, like essentially like on alcohol or some shit, and then in that moment of sorrow decided to kill himself.
See, and that's right there. That kind of shit right there makes leaves such a bad taste in my mouth that it's like so unforgivable. Like, I don't give a shit how bad your day was. You are a millionaire with 5 fucking kids. Get the fuck over it, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but there is. I understand that, but there's also another side aspect to it that like a lot of people don't consider, which is another, again, partially his problem. But whenever you're that rich, you have a lot of yes men around you. There's not very many people to tell you you're thinking incorrectly or you're doing this wrong. You know what I mean? Like, he had a fucking pop album that came out before he killed himself, and there was any good reason to kill himself, that would be it. And so essentially, like it's one of those things where like even his wife, I doubt, had the nerve to actually tell him really anything of what she thought, right? Because she was supported entirely by his existence. So I mean, it's one of these things where like I can see how having nobody there to like because like whenever you have plebs, because this is kind of like my point of view anyway. I think poor people have truer friends than rich people do.
Well, yeah, obviously.
And by having true friends, you have people that can look at you in the face and say, quit being a fucking idiot, and move the fuck on. You don't have that when you're a multimillionaire. It doesn't exist.
Community
you do,
support
but
is a necessary component to overcoming addiction in pretty much all forms.
I think there's another aspect to it too, though, where like you're talking about people that were rock stars and they're on top of the world, and then they reach middle ages, and I mean, they still tour, they still, get fans out to ask for autographs, but there's a difference. Like it's not the same. You're never gonna have another big, huge
There,
hit.
yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, I was thinking about the other day. I'm in the luxury of not feeling like I've peaked yet as far as my life goes. But if you peaked at like 23,
Yeah, it's rough. It can be very rough. Yeah.
That's
But-
why you take your money and leave when you can.
well, this
Yeah.
is the other thing.
I'm
This
Rick
is the one
Moranis.
thing this is one thing that bugs really the shit out of me is like, how much can you take from the world? Like, at what point have you been the most selfish you could possibly be? Like, at what point does it behoove you and become a necessity to start helping people and to start giving back to the world? And not in that guilty way, but I mean in the sense that it's like, okay, I literally have everything that I could ever want ever. What else do I have left to do? And
Well,
the only thing I think of is start giving back and fucking help.
well,
Yeah.
the root of humanity is selfishness. So, like, it's
Hold on.
What?
To an
That's
to
stupid.
an extent.
it's a spectrum.
Yeah. Well, what
No.
you're describing hardcore is actually very similar to what Buddha realized, and that is there is a limit to material happiness. Materialism is nice, like up to a certain point, you want material wealth to be comfortable and stable and nice, but it hits a point where it plateaus, and once you get there, it becomes a case of, oh, what else is there? And so part of it, that's where spirituality comes in. That's where inner being content with who you are inside. So emotional intelligence becomes a component, emotional stability becomes a component, because you also it's about who you are internally as well as your external stability. External
Right.
stability basically starts turning your eye inward, and if you don't like what you see, bad things can happen. And likewise,
Well,
if you
that's
don't
still
have people around
selfish.
you to give
Yeah.
you a safety net, bad things can happen. That's why family is so important. Like family
Mhm.
That's
is
cynical.
joy. I mean, the one of the keys to long-term joy we know from psych people is family. Do you have a wife and kids? Because that brings you long-term joy. That's something feminism screwed up in the 60s and 70s. They told women, "Hey, you don't need a family." Well, the women who grew up believing that ended up miserable old bags like Gloria Steinem. So,
Very
I mean,
true.
yeah, what you're describing the limits of materialism is what you're talking about, and that's
Well,
pretty well documented.
it's not even that. It's more the limits of success.
Okay, so
Yeah, okay.
basically, what you're saying is trying to find new ways to get you make yourself happy after you have done exhausted all the materialistic means to make yourself happy.
Well,
Then you have to
I've-
pursue
I've-
something else.
One thing that I can tell you as somebody who has done more than your average amount of stuff, when it comes down to it, the times when you're the most happy is whenever you're doing something. And
Yes,
Yes.
that is another type of joy. I agree.
well, I mean, but it's also it's the most simple thing because any other type of joy is always contingent on something else. The joy of having a baby, the joy of getting married, the joy of whatever. The only true joy that you have that you can produce on your own is things that you produce on your own.
Yes,
And when
that is
you
one of the other
the
forms of
pop
joy.
album.
Yes.
so what my point
Very
is
solid.
that you get to a certain point and you don't have to be a millionaire, you don't have to be rich to even get to that, but you get to a point where you've consumed so much and you've taken so much that it almost becomes a necessity to start giving back because of the fact that there's no way to justify your existence otherwise.
Well, so there's a lot of ways that I can. So first off, that entirely depends on the personality of whom we're talking about.
We're talking about
But
good people. I mean,
but when you say good people, like that's entirely arbitrary, right? So
not really.
It's extremely arbitrary. Like
Yeah,
because
goodness is very
only-
arbitrary.
All right, so no, not necessarily. Okay,
We can define it
You
if you
can
want,
figure
but
out-
oh my god, that's a huge discussion. I think Doc will murder us if we start that one.
yeah,
that's
that
definitely
one
super
you'll have to
deep.
take into the after stream.
Yeah, I'm sure Addy would love to host that, and that's right up Addy's alley. He is always about deep philosophical conversations between tisms. Yes.
The only thing I was gonna say about good is that the only thing I was gonna say about good is it's not really something that you can do. It's kind of something that we all agree on.
By the
It's
way,
like, oh, yeah,
good morning to
that's the
Cybertaz.
problem right there.
Good morning to Cybertaz in the chat. And we're gonna wrap this up soon, gentlemen.
Okay, so already hardcore. So how you're defining good itself is different from. Okay, yeah, no, let's
well,
not.
it's like
start
good
this-
parenting.
let's
Think about it
let's
this
not
way:
talk about good.
what defines a good parent? Usually, when I say what defines a good parent isn't going.
What
to
culture are you from? There's the first question.
Yeah.
So like
Well,
so
no,
there's
let me finish what I'm saying first, and then you can agree or disagree. What I say defines a good parent is how are your kids doing versus how they feel about you. Okay, so if your kids are successful, well off, whatever, and then how they feel about you. Do you have a good relationship with your kids? If both of those things are yes, are your kids well off, and do you have a good relationship with them? Then you're a good parent. Everything else is
I mean, that's one way to define it. I go more with the have I successfully spread my genes to the next generation, and two, have I ensured that they are stable enough to then arise and seek power and position of their own, so that they can also then go on to have progeny.
Yeah,
which would include things like being mentally stable, having a good relation, passing on decent skills. Those kind of broad things.
I can take a Muslim perspective and say you're all wrong.
That's great.
Muslims also believe in spreading their seed.
The only reason I say that those things aren't really valid is because of the fact that there are lots of parents who do all the right things and still have bad kids. You see it all the time. You got two really solid people. They love it.
Bad seeds.
No, not necessarily. One of the things that we learned from have you ever heard the Utopian Mouse study?
Say that again.
The Utopian Mouse study.
I think I referenced it earlier, but
the Utopian Mouse experiment.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
I think I referenced it earlier, but go on just to make sure.
The thing that we learned from that is that there's a certain point, there's a certain necessity for struggle to the human or the living thing's condition, because within 3 generations of mice, you have complete atrophy of everything because of the fact that they did not have struggle. So you take away all of the struggle away from a person's life, it doesn't matter how good their parents are, there is a chance that they will not end up very good people.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's the hard times breed good men bring good times breed weak men bring bad times. It's a continual cycle of we work ourselves to a certain level of stability, at which point we become fat, unhappy brats like Antifa, and then we burn it all down because we're idiots.
Yeah,
that's not an inevitability, and that's the only reason why I say that's the reason why I say it's how successful your kids are versus how they feel about you.
That's not bad. And actually, in that example, again, it ties back into our earlier conversation. I mean, Antifa are the genetic rejects who have fallen prey to getting all fat and happy and cranky because life's been handed to them on a silver platter and they can't appreciate it.
Most of them hate their parents.
So if we can wipe them out, if we wipe them out and eliminate their genes, you can improve the human race and you can avoid the inevitable collapse. So,
But the problem with this is that
Eugenics!
you can have two kids, okay, and treat them both the same. You can have two twins or have twins and treat them the same. And like, it doesn't make you a bad parent if 50% of the kids you had hate your guts. You know, like you see what I'm saying? Like
yeah, we're getting bogged down in. Oh man, we are so far afield of where we started. So like, I think we were talking about police. Yeah, police state was well, because I was trying to contrast like Antifa sucks more
Militarization
than
of
the cops,
the
but the
police.
cops also suck. And I
Okay,
was using the
first
drug
off-
laws as an example.
Okay,
of
you know
that.
what?
We disagree. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I wanted to comment on this before Doc pulls the plug. So hardcore. I think the fundamental flaw philosophically that you're making with drugs, and I've seen this before, is you are treating drugs as an active entity. This is a similar issue that you see with people who treat technology as an active problem, like people who think that the phone is responsible for someone being addicted to it, or the app. It's not the technology that is to blame. It's not the drug that is to blame. It is the surrounding culture. It's the person. It's the upbringing that goes into that. Those are what causes it. It's the item itself is morally neutral, and Blad and I have had a discussion about the concept of moral neutrality. A drug itself, even meth, is morally neutral. All right. Now, if your complaint is that the meth is causing bad effects when people take it, well, then we have to look into what's going into the meth production. Well, the meth production is currently overseen by a bunch of dodgy, shady people. Well, why is it being overseen by dodgy, shady people?
Amateur
because
chemists.
it's illegal. Because the laws are forcing it to be done by shady people and not people who might produce a nicer meth. You know, it's not your daddy's meth; it's everybody's meth. It's meth for you.
Actually,
and me.
Tyro. Well, let's agree on something for 20 seconds. I think when it comes to meth, real quick, the best solution is just to sell Ritalin on the street
or Adderall.
Isn't meth just meth's related to the Ritalin and Adderall
Oh,
family, right?
no. Meth is a lesser of those. So like when you think amphetamines is like the superior variant of, and methamphetamines is like the trailer trash variant of the same concept. But I also got to say too, real quick though, on militarization of police, because I wasn't able to really go into that because I had to go do shit. But I have to say something, and I'm sure hardcore might agree with me. Maybe I'm not sure, but I know some military people might agree with me. Okay, I think not only are the police not militarized, I think that they should be. And the reason I think that they should be is for one very, very good reason. The police are trained to handle people screaming bloody murder in their face all day long without having an emotional outburst. That's what the military are trained to do. There are videos upon videos of this with the National Guard in this situation specifically, with people screaming in their face and them having no reaction.
Yeah.
And so the point of the matter is simply that if anything, the police shouldn't necessarily be the military, but they should be trained like it.
Yeah, I can agree.
Okay,
on
that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Well, that goes to the guidelines. Like people talk about defund the police. I think that they should receive more funding.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's right. The example I was going to no-knock warrants. I don't like no-knock warrants.
Oh, I'm gonna debate that right now. First off, I think no-knock warrants are a great thing.
No knock Norris.
Why? Okay.
The reason they are a great thing is because I want you to think about this for 2 seconds. So let's say you have a sting, right? And it's a major drug operation. You knock on the door, scream police. That's cool. You just put police officers' lives in danger. Now they have time to prepare, to grab their guns, to do all sorts of weird, crazy shit. And now we have an all-out fucking brawl, whereas we can just open the fucking door.
There's real reasons for having no-knock warrants, and the honest-to-God truth is that if you are going to do a raid, knocking before doing a raid is the most idiotic thing
Yes.
on the planet. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. All right, let me bash down that fucking door.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you're putting lives in danger the moment you have to go through the effort. And let me tell you something: the lives of a police officer are much higher than the life of some random junkie in a crack house. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, especially if her name is Breonna Taylor.
Very much.
Well, yeah. Well, the Breonna Taylor case. I mean, I agree with you on that one. The Breonna Taylor case is full of it. The Floyd
And
case-
also,
a lot of
by
the
the way,
BLM cases are justified. Like I do agree. Like so, if you're a cop and someone comes at you with a knife, yes, you're allowed to shoot that person and kill them because the right of self-defense applies to a cop the same as a normal person. A cop doesn't surrender their ability to defend themselves. So yeah, no, someone comes at you, they
There's
intend to
some
kill,
states
you can kill
it's-
them. That's
Oh,
fine. I'll never
and the other thing,
argue
Tyro,
against that.
real second, real close, or for a moment. Here's the other thing with no knock warrants. Just because the warrant is a no knock warrant doesn't mean the police officer is not allowed to knock. Okay.
Well, yeah, we saw that with Breonna Taylor. They knocked.
Yeah, exactly. So so the point is like whenever people say no knock warrants and call it bad, I mean like, look, yes, if I'm just in my house and I'm completely innocent, right, and a cop just bashes down my freaking door, you know what the first thing I'm not gonna do is pull out a gun and shoot at the police officer.
Well, if you know it's a police officer, I mean, for all you know, it's a random druggie busting. If it's a meth head busting into your place looking to steal stuff.
I mean, but I don't think very many fucking druggies are going to pull up with the fucking sledge and sledge my door open and me not know it's them, right? Like it's very unlikely that a drug dealer or a drug addict is going to do that. They're going to bust in through a window. They're going to wait till the middle of the night. Like there's a series of factors that make it kind of, to me, in the moment, slightly more obvious that it's more likely to be a police officer than literally anyone else.
Okay. I do, however, I do see. Let's see. What about overcriminalization? Do you believe that? Whoops! Oh, hardcore disappeared. Dang! Did he just disconnect? Or will it, darn! Because I wanted to ask him what his opinion on overcriminalization. For example, the average person commits about 5 felonies a day. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's back. I used to have the ability to bring people in here. I don't have that anymore because I don't have the correct role. I used to be a surgeon, and now I'm only a consultant. So there we go.
Welcome. I used to be an adventurer like you, and then I took an arrow to the knee.
Well, no, Discord banned my old account is what happened. So I used to have Tyro and Coate as an account, and then because I was posting Kyle Rittenhouse memes, Discord nuked my old account, so I had to make another.
Real quick, what was your question? Because like I totally forgot.
So hardcore. So what is your opinion on overcriminalization? That's another big problem I have is that because you have the average person, I think they say commits 3 to 5 felonies a day. And the whole reason you have so many laws, it isn't to keep people safe, it's to control their behavior. It's so that if you need to come down on somebody, you can throw them in jail on any good excuse and teach them their place and shut them up. It's not to.
So he's not.
On the thing, I think that particular instance is very similar to what I always say about stupid signs. That if you've ever seen a stupid sign, it's because somebody's done whatever thing that is. It's like, don't set the oranges on fire, and you think to yourself, who would set oranges on fire? And then you think to yourself, oh, that must mean somebody's already fucking done it.
But hold on. So here's the thing, though: the police don't make those laws in the first place. That's legislative, right?
Yeah.
So that's not necessarily about police behavior or police funding. That's the police are just there to enforce the law. So if there's a series of laws that are made that are over the that are made too often, that's not the fault of the police officers. That's the fault of the local government.
The revenue generation's on the same thing too, because it's not like the cops are sitting there like choosing to go and like the police are sitting over there in the academy. Is like, you know what? One day I'm going to get to sit outside of Palmer, Texas, and wait for people who are going 45 instead of 40.
Yeah. Well, I know it's not the cops making the laws, but my point is that it's the purpose of them is to then use the cop as a tool against the people. So if like cops are theoretically supposed to protect the people, but the problem we have more and more is that cops are being used as a tool against the people. They're being turned against the communities,
Yeah.
as opposed to protect. And that's what I mean when I say militarization of police or police state. That's basically what I'm saying.
I agree for weird reasons. So like for one, like I agree because I think that has a lot that basically boils down to a bunch of uninformed citizens voting for the wrong people. Is really what that boils down to.
No, wait. No, actually, you're a little bit wrong about that. What it usually is something happens. Okay, something, some stupid instance where a kid gets hurt or whatever by something. Okay, and then the media plays up that particular thing as being a epidemic. Go back to cussing in music, Mortal Kombat, fucking anything that you can think of.
Frank Wortham.
That's literally what I said. Uninformed people voting for the wrong.
But listen, but that's not them voting. There you go. That's not them voting for the wrong person. That's hype. The people want them to pass them laws. It's not. Oh, geez, this. Our senators. Oh, Ted Cruz is such a fucking moron. He voted for this deal. It's Ted Cruz's constituency is fucking telling him to go vote for this. So
but that's still uninformed people voting for the wrong people, or you're right, pushing the people they voted for to, pushing people that they voted for to do what they want them to do. That's true too.
Using moral panic to seize more power. That's pretty common. I mean, that's how drug laws and prohibition.
No, yes and no, man. I'm telling you, if you're sitting here, if there is a direct correlation between the drug and a rise in crime, I think that drug should be illegal.
Yeah, correlation is one. Correlation isn't causation, and two, again, like the drug laws make things worse.
None of this stuff is fucking new, man.
Okay, hardcore. Can I tell you a solution?
This is not new. This is not new territory. There have been drugs. All of these drugs have been around for a long time. We're not talking about K2. We're talking about meth. We're talking about heroin.
I got a middle ground.
What about like marijuana? Like, do you support decriminalizing marijuana?
I 100% support decriminalizing marijuana. I'm not legalizing.
Okay, I have a middle ground. First off, I'm actually 100% decriminalization of actually any drug. But besides that, this is like how I justify what you're saying, because I don't think it's a cause, but I think it's correlated. I agree with your correlation overall in general, but I don't think that it's the cause. But regardless of that, so my justification for that is increased death penalty justification, and or having bringing back the arenas and or public execution. So essentially,
it always comes back to your fucking stakes.
Yes, ultimately. The point is like, so you legalize all drugs, right? So therefore you boosted the economy monetarily, right? But yes, you can make the argument, but that's not really a good thing, because now you're creating a deficit, because hold on a minute.
And heroin addicts and shit like that, and the meth gangs roaming the streets.
Yes, it would create a deficit, because ultimately what would happen is these people would go to prison at worst case scenario, and they create a deficit on the economy. So how do you create a solution to that? Well, then you benefit on the opposite end by having pay-per-view events where these people fight each other to the death. On pay-per-view, and then you just automatically made money on the back end and the front end all together, because an economy based on vices is not an economy worth having.
Yes, I'm totally down for Ted Kaczynski and Terry Nichols in a cage fight. I would tune in for that.
Okay, guys. Now to the point where I feel like a Democratic presidential candidate. You can call me Sleepy Joe. We're gonna
All right.
go ahead and put this to bed. Does anybody have anything that they want to chill?
Lynch
Uh,
black people.
Yeah, I concur. We need white hoods for everybody. And I'm not white, so whatever. But even I'm becoming sympathetic to the KKK. Put it that way. The
Okay, racist aside, I think that everybody should join me on Twitch. It's Hardcore One for You. I play video games occasionally, like almost every day, but not for very long because it's all test streams. So if you want to come and watch me, it's very similar to this, but with stupider and less fun.
Yep. And speaking of Twitch, my waifu has her Twitch channel, Lo-Fi Gaming. I'll put the link here in the chat real quick. But she's been staying away for a little bit because her wrist's been hurting. She's going to be getting back into it though. Specifically, we're going to be doing, or her and I are going to be doing Pokemon together. The DLC came out. She's going to be getting it. We're going to do the Crown Tundra Pokemon stream. And for Christmas, early Christmas present, I got her absolute favorite franchise because she just got a PS4 and she just won a PS5 in a contest, so she didn't have to pay Sony for it. But I got her absolute favorite franchise, which is Kingdom Hearts. She now owns all of the Kingdom Hearts games, and she's going to planning like a massive back-to-back stream of all of it, so you can hear her girlish squeals of delight as she plays through Kingdom Hearts. The big one, of course, she's looking forward to is Kingdom Hearts 3 because it has Elsa, her favorite Disney princess. You'll get to hear her singing along.
Oh my
Also gonna be
fucking
Kelly,
Jesus!
Hey,
Melody,
Tyro.
Melody Memories, so she can do the Let It Go level over and over and over and over and over again. It's going to be great.
Hey,
Everyone should-
Tyro, I'm gonna hurt your brain.
Why?
HARDKORE, one for you.
I hate anime, but for some weird twisted reason, I actually do like Kingdom Hearts.
Because it's
Oh,
badass
I
game.
will. I'll let Lo-Fi know that you are a fellow fan. And 'cause she hasn't gotten to play it yet because she never owned a PlayStation for the PS4. So, but I got it, so you can compare notes. I'll let her know that you two are both big fans of Kingdom Hearts. Cool.
Well, I haven't. I've only played the first two. I don't know about the new one, and I haven't played them in years.
Oh, okay.
Wait, but something really important needs to be said. Hardcore One for You on Twitch is really the best channel. And
Wait, it's not 14U?
No, it's one for you. Hardcore.
Have you done Among Us yet? Hardcore.
Dude, I'm so down for Among Us, but it's kind of weird playing Among Us by yourself. I always know who the imposter is.
I know. Yeah, Lo and I are looking. Wife and I are looking to put together an Among Us team at some point. I need to buy it from Steam.
You can get it. You can get it for your phone for free.
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
Doc is trying to end it all. So
yeah,
still.
So
Doc is super sus. Doc needs to play Among Us.
And what's
Doc is sus. Oh no.
Well, Doc plays Among Us.
Dude,
And what's
gaming got me to play it one night.
Oh, did you enjoy it?
It was okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like the back and forth on the
Jesus.
negotiation part seemed to be fun.
Yeah,
That seems to be more-
I have to say Among Us is both one of the best and one of the worst games ever. It's the best when you've got people to play with, but it's cancer if you are in a group of people that don't know what to do.
Oh, and the public lobbies are fucking funny because the first person who fucking calls somebody out, they're dying. It's like, oh, it's red. All right, well, buy red.
No, I got into the habit of if somebody hit the emergency button for no other reason than they hit the emergency button, they're gone.
How dare you interrupt my tasks, peon?
Dude, I fucking did that one time. I was like, I hit the button and I was like, I just want to see if everybody was alive. And fucking, they were like, kick him out.
Yeah,
I would have too.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna show a thing that no one will see for probably a couple months.
Is it
Okay.
hardcore one for you on Twitch?
No. Never even
Well,
heard.
it should be though.
No, I'm actually like slowly working on a documentary, like going through a lot of effort on that one, putting in all my editing skills and actual effort.
Is that why you were at my house asking me all them questions?
Goddamn right. And no, so essentially, what I'm working on is called. Well, I keep forgetting what it was called. Shit. Because originally I called it Black's Gone Wild, and then realized it was probably too edgy. But I ended up calling it the Rise of a Cult: Black Lives Matter. So I'm making like a as full of a length of a documentary as possible.
So what you're saying is
Gone Wild is
making
a
black
better
on black porn.
No, I mean it's basically just like supposed to be like a complete like analysis of like the George Floyd situation expanded into a greater kind of philosophical argument of why it's a problem.
Any butt stuff?
I mean, I do have a clip of one of the chicks at the Black Lives Matter rally doing the WAP thing or WAP or whatever it's called.
Oh,
Wet ass pussy.
Yeah, just like like sitting there, basically making the argument that that's not exactly what one would call advocacy of literally anything.
Wait,
So
what is it? What's an ass pussy, and why is it wet?
oh God.
well, I don't know. Why don't you ask Tyro?
Well, okay, so an ass
Hold
pussy is
on.
normally called a boy pussy.
And that's where we're going to end the show tonight.
All right. Well, I got one more thing,
Hey,
Phil. Hold
no,
on. So I might be helping a thing called LewdCon. It's scheduled for 2021 springtime. It's going to be a
I like
digital convention
lewd.
for starting out, but yeah, it's called LewdCon. I don't have any links for it yet. But my exact role is nebulous and secretive. But I will be reaching out to possibly some people to do online panels for it.
Waifu
And
penis
you know
tester.
who, and Doc, you know exactly who I would ask. Like if I wanted someone to do a panel, you know who I'm going to go to and be like, "Hey, do a panel, please." Yes.
Tonka?
What? No, what? Okay, you don't know me very well. That's right. So yeah. Anyway, but Doc knows who I'm referring to because Doc knows who I'm a total fanboy for.
Andy
But
Worski.
yeah. So what? No, again, you don't know me very well. But LewdCon is it's a dedication to fan service. I mean, not just hentai. I mean, hentai is a component, but also like comic books also contribute to like the lewd VTubers because you have like Project Melody and stuff like that. So that whole genre. So, but just a celebration of fan service and adult content because you have so many people going Puritan on that, and it's just like, no, we like boobs. Boobs are awesome. Sex is cool. We should stop.
Basically, Markiplier fan art.
I
You
guess
know,
if you're into that, but yeah, it has a strong anti-bisexual kick to it, which I'm helping to bring, and the owner and thankfully the guy who owns the thing is also of that bent too, which is nice. But so it's anti-Puritan, right and left wing. So yeah.
Listen.
Hmm.
Hardcore one for you on Twitch.
Okay. Hey, do you do adult gaming at all? Hardcore.
I could.
Okay, I will keep you in mind.
The best adult game that I played so far, like some serious porn. Doki Doki Literature Club.
Oh yeah, that's it. Oh, that is an adult title. I mean, oh boy.
The end of that first chapter gets super BDSM.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Yeah. There is only Monica.
Okay. Well, let's wrap this up so Doc can end this.
Oh my God! I just remembered. Yeah, Doc, you're a porn star. I just realized.
I have done porn. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. I would totally have you there to talk about your experiences on that.
Like my uncle saying he fucking pornos.
Because you'd be actually be a great panel moderator. Like and plus you also know Ginger Lynn, and I don't know how many other porn stars you have on your Rolodex. But if you wanted to organize something for it, that would be really super cool.
Yeah, I'm not putting in that much work.
Oh,
Holy
okay.
fuck. Okay, so hey everybody, thanks for coming out in the chat and of course on the stream. This is your host of you guys called it the Insomnia Ramble stream, and so shall I. We'll try to get a real schedule, but first and foremost, I'm going to work on my graphics. So we've got a little newer presentation, a little bit of sprucing up the old. So thanks everybody for coming out. And since I didn't leave any links, you don't have to leave money. Just don't leave a cold spot in the bed. Bye.